Good morning. The time is 10:02 on this Tuesday, February 14th. The Board of Supervisors of the County of Del Norte and the governing body of all other special assessment and taxing districts for which said board so acts is now meeting in regular session. Only those items that indicate a specific time will be heard at the assigned time. All other items may be taken out of sequence to accommodate the public and staff availability. This time, would you join me in, I'm going to call this meeting to order and take roll.
Supervisor Howard? Here. Supervisor Starkey?
Here.
Supervisor Wilson?
Here.
Supervisor Borges?
Here.
Chair Short?
Here. Would you now join me in a moment of reflection? Thank you. And now, Supervisor Howard, would you mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Ready? Begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Neil, do we have any introduction of new employees this morning?
Yes. We have the Director of Health and Human Services here to introduce an employee.
Thank you. Good morning, Renelle.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Board. We have a couple of new employees, but I also wanted to just formally introduce our Interim Assistant Director, Jake Campbell, to you. So this is Jake, and he's going to be stepping in to fulfill that role with the current vacancy. So I will invite Cheyenne Hogan, our Behavioral Health Program Manager, to introduce her new employee.
Good morning, Board. I have with me Jennifer Wilkinson, who is a Staff Service Analyst in our office. She'll be working a lot on our Mental Health Services Act programming, and also be probably a real key player in our electronic health record conversion that we're going to do in July of this year.
Hi, again, you can call me Gina, and so I'm from Folsom, California. I've worked for the state of California majority of my career, probably 15 plus years now, and I'm working towards my bachelor's degree in information technology.
Right on. Congratulations. Welcome.
Good morning, Shelby Bodensab with Public Health, and I get to introduce you to Amanda Cabrera. And she has been hired as an LVN for us, and she'll be working with our vaccination program and our infection prevention program. She's been a nurse in the community for 4 years, and we're very lucky to have her. She has experience from the prison, from the school district, and from the jail, and most recently from our OptumServe testing site.
Right on. Thank you, Shelby. Welcome. Okay, any others, Neil?
No, not today,
Thank
Chair.
you very much. Do we have any actions to report out of closed session?
Not today, Chair.
Okay. This time, the chair requests any deletions, corrections, or additions from board members to the agenda at this time. In order to add the item to the agenda, the matter must have come to the attention of the county subsequent to the posting of the agenda, and the matter requires action before the next meeting, the next regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors. We do have 2 items that have come to our attention, but is there any others that the board members have? Okay, we have 2 urgency items this morning. One is to approve and authorize the chair to sign a letter of support for the Del Norte County Recreation and Parks District's Infrastructure Improvement Program application, and the other is to approve and adopt a resolution adopting the 2022-2030 housing element and adopting the addendum to the 2009-2014 negative declaration.
I move to add both to our agenda for today, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion to add both as urgency items. Is there a second?
Second.
And Chair, I need to recuse myself on the Recreation and Parks letter.
Okay. Cody will make note of that. Is there any public comment on making these 2 items urgency items? Not on the items themselves, just the fact that they're urgency items. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, Board of Supervisors, yes. I'm not sure why everything has to be an emergency. Seems like daily business or routine business. Thank you.
Like we say, the item has come to our attention after the posting of this agenda and has to be dealt with before the next regular meeting. That's the reason. There's deadlines for both of these.
I may be incorrect in stating this, but it's my understanding that emergency items are for things that have crippled the public or crippling the health of the public, or, I mean, this is not an emergency. So I don't know what the big deal is, but you know what? The public hasn't had time to view it, so you better have a great discussion here.
Thank you.
On the one resolution that the public has had and has had numerous times and had input on it, on this housing resolution, the problem is that before the next meeting is that there's for acceptance of would occur on the same date as the next meeting. So we've already approved this, and so it's just a timing issue that came up at the end. And the other one is for a grant process for the fairgrounds to request monies that, again, without this ability, because this is emergency monies that came in for the storm damage, and it became available, and there's a timeline as to when their application go in, and unfortunately, it's between now and the next meeting. That's why those are up there.
Thank you. Any other public comment on these urgency items? Seeing none?
Chair, can I just ask council for clarification? Since Supervisor Starkey has to recuse herself from the letter for the fair, do we need to do two separate votes on adding both these items, or how does that matter?
It's probably better to. You need 4 votes. So, I mean, if there was, for some reason, it's cleaner. It's cleaner to do 2 votes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd pull back my motion and move to approve that we add the Department of Parks and Recreation Community Resilience Centers Program application support letter to the agenda.
So we have a modified motion. Do we
Second.
approve that second? Kylie, will you pull the vote for the one urgency item, please?
Supervisor Starkey? Oh, excuse me, you recused yourself. Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve that we add the emergency resolution to be addressed by the Board of Supervisors of Del Norte County adopting Resolution 22-2030 housing element and adopting the addendum to the 2009 through 2014 negative declaration.
So a motion,
I'll second that.
and we have a second. Tyler, we've already had public comment on these urgency items. Kylie, would you pull the vote, please?
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. Thank you. Now we'll receive brief reports or announcements relative to the County of Del Norte from the board members. And we'll start with Supervisor Starkey.
Thank you, Chair. Pretty quiet 3 weeks for me, but I attended a grants technical advisory meeting. Last year, we asked the staff to allocate $200,000 of the COVID relief funds to be divvied up amongst nonprofits who continue to work through the pandemic. And so staff created this beautiful pilot program, and Supervisor Borges and I reviewed those allocations and made suggestions, and those are be coming before the rest of us at some time in the future. I attended 3 CSAC-sponsored training and education workshops in Humboldt County with regard to county budgets. I researched the T-stairs, we call them the split stairs, but also the T-stairs, and how to get some repairs in that area. I have a constituent who stays on top of it and reminds me every 4 to 6 months, and I'm very grateful for that, to be completely frank, is that I need those reminders. But we actually have set up a meeting with Fish and Wildlife, CDD, and the Tallawahdaini Nation to discuss the project. I attended the MHSA stakeholder session. This is a mandated session that the state requires us to have prior to submitting our yearly MHSA plan. It was informative and well organized. I participated in the 10th anniversary planning of the Kamome. In April, it will be 10 years since the boat has washed up on our beach, and there's going to be a community-wide celebration for that event, but we are going to incorporate into it emergency preparedness education for our youth and for our community, because we are in tsunami zone and because we experience earthquakes. So that's something to look forward to in April. I attended the bi-monthly local behavioral health board meeting, and what is very important about this meeting is the information that we received from the Department of State Hospitals, notifying us that the statutory requirements, which I believe might have been sort of snuck into Senate Bill 184, but it established a growth cap for all the counties for individuals committed incompetent to stand trial. The letter outlined exactly what it is that we would need to do. Our cap is 12. So once we hit that cap, if we go over that amount of individuals, we are going to be subjected to possible fines and fees and other regulations. So it's something that I'm going to dive deeper into and get more information on. I attended the city council meeting. It was very long, but I stuck in there the entire time. I met with Allison Ramsey and Kevin Malone with regard to discussing the Prop 64 grant. This is a grant that's going to allow us to get some more services for our juvenile youth offenders. I also attended the Juvenile Justice Commission meeting, just to kind of give them an overview of Prop 64 and how that's going to impact the youth in our community. I had the very distinct privilege to be invited to the IT department's obtaining some drone footage of storm damage along Pebble Beach, and our very talented Dan McCorkle walked me through the process of getting the appropriate permits. It's not just, you don't just go out there and fly your drone. But you have to get the permits. And then he also walked me through how he programs the drone's flight path. So that was very interesting too. Dan also spent some time with me going over the middle mile and the broadband initiative and how I can advocate strongly for us in that, given my appointment to the Middle Mile Advisory Board. And then finally, I toured the new location of the Agricultural Department at 206 Williams Drive. I'm very excited for that. Justin and his crew have done a really great job in making that a really welcoming environment, and building maintenance did a remarkable job on that. So please go and check it out if you have any pesticide or agricultural needs. That's my report.
Thank you, Supervisor Starkey. Supervisor Wilson.
Happy Valentine's Day to everybody. It's an important day for me because it's my wife's birthday also, so she holds my heart, so I hold hers, so happy Valentine's Day to everybody. I attended a mental health stakeholders meeting presented by HHS and going over some of the changes that are upcoming, especially that are going to be impactful for Del Norte County. And there are some unfortunately, some very difficult things that are going to be placed upon HHS's shoulders that are going to have to be put together very carefully because it does add risk to personnel out there going out on mobile crisis response. And that's going to have to be something that's going to be carefully looked at as we go forward with that. There are some mental health issues that are going to be dealt with that of course, are may run us into additional funding requirements if we end up having more mental health patients that need to be evaluated by the state. And I've seen this kind of unfortunate activity in the past where limits were set and exceeded, and sometimes people's mental health needs were not appropriately dealt with or addressed because there was a cap set by the state, and it does not deal with the actual needs of the patient as much as it does limit the possible treatments that they can get and obtained by the state. We held homeless ad hoc committee meetings, and that was very beneficial. We have some clear direction that would be moving forward with trying to establish policy as well as a location for a area for an encampment that is going to be authorized to be utilized by the homeless in Del Norte County. And this will establish that encampment so that it actually gives local law enforcement the tools to clear out and keep clear areas where we have encampments all over Del Norte County, especially in District 5. Those illegal encampments, those on state and on public properties that have been plagues to much of those neighbors, because there's theft as well as drug use and the litter and accumulation of debris that surrounds these areas. And we've spent way too much money in cleaning them up, and only to allow them to go back into that disrepair. So this gives us some tools that we can utilize. Attended a tri-agency meeting. It was very new to me, but I did learn a lot going forward, and there's some concerning but also very positive things that we can look forward to coming out of tri-agency. Met with the director of HHS. Thank you for your time and your dedication to that position, but it is a huge job, and hopefully the restructuring that's coming, to be forthcoming into that agency to help both administrate it, but also to get better direct supervision coming out of HHS as a structural change. And as all agencies are facing, just getting qualified personnel. So it's nice to see the new ones come in, but unfortunately, as new ones come in, we're oftentimes losing others. So, and I know your assistant was going to be a great loss, and congratulations and stepping up and taking that job. Met and talked with Crescent Times, their host, sat on the hot seat for a little while. I want to thank them for the invitation to come forward and talk and address issues of their concern as well as my own. Went to senior night basketball dinner. We had 7 boy seniors leaving us and having gone through the year, and three girls, mine included, senior girls that are still in the race, and so come out Wednesday and watch them play. To that ends up my report. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Supervisor Borges.
So I'll have to admit, this is probably my least favorite part of the meeting, is the report out.
I
I
agree.
dread it every week. There's so many meetings we go to and things we're involved in. I'll just use my time and assure you that I'm attending everything. I'm doing everything I can to do the best at this job, and I'll try to use this moment to highlight, something interesting or exciting I'm working on. And the latest for this week was the dilapidated structures for the Fish and Wildlife. I made some great improvements on getting those removed. Fish and Wildlife's in the permitting process of applying for the demo permits, and I look forward to getting those done, because that's one of my major projects that in our district is really an issue, and it's a major blight, and I'm going to keep working on that to get it moved forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Borges. Supervisor Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll make this brief. Attended the meeting of the Del Norte Senior Center, also a special meeting of the Del Norte Transportation Commission, plus our regularly scheduled meeting of the Del Norte Transportation Commission meeting. As Supervisor Wilson mentioned, also attended a tri-agency meeting. Attended a meeting for the Border Coast Regional Airport Authority, and then had some discussions with Mike Koopman concerning the agenda item on our agenda today. In addition, helping our friends from Ricketts and Takeda organize basically a special, I don't know what you want to call it. They're calling it a food fair, but bringing foods from Ricketts and Takeda and our community of Crescent City, Del Norte County to San Francisco, and basically having a Michelin star chef prepare those foods. So basically retailers, restaurateurs, and vendors could have a wider variety of options that attract those components of those foods to those businesses and help advertise our regions as being a source for excellent food products. Look forward to seeing the turnout at that event, which is being hosted by the Council General of San Francisco and Ricketts and Takeda. In addition, had several discussions with County Council concerning the Smith River Community Service District and some issues we're working on there. And also went with Tom Hutzel to the Pelican Bay State Prison, which was my second visit, to watch the art projects that this group from Pelican Bay is putting together to benefit the Humane Society. It's a pretty unique thing that they started last year with guitars. Those guitars are advertised on bicoastal media and auctioned off to raise funding for whatever nonprofit they're specializing. Last year it was the St. Jude's. St. Jude's was the beneficiary of that, and this year it'll be our Del Norte Humane Society, which is incredible. The work that these inmates are doing on these guitars is quite impressive, and to watch them work over multiple stages of applying their artwork to a theme is not only inspiring to see, but in addition, inspiring to see them focused on something besides the bad behavior that landed them in this position. And I really hope that helps them improve their ability to reintegrate into society when they're eventually out on and back with us on the streets. And then also had a discussion with my co-vice chairs for California State Association of Counties on our Agricultural, Natural Resources, and Environmental Committee, specific to our legislative conference coming up in April. What we're focused on this year, besides water, is also the continued discussions around fire and air quality. There's some recent legislation that we're trying to work on at the federal level that's coming down through EPA that might change our 2.5 particulate matter assessments within these rural counties that might make us difficult to achieve. We'll see how that works out, but some of the ways this works out, I think at the federal level, that it doesn't come down through statute, but gets formed as policy within these various divisions like EPA, I think really detract from our folks that we elect to go to Washington, D.C. To make these rules instead of having them unilaterally approved within the division of a department. It's concerning. And lastly, I'll end on the Caltrans has issued, after many, many years of fighting to have this done, but issued and contracted with Jacobs Consulting to do a safety audit on Highway 199. We've been at this with Caltrans for about 4 years to take a look at the past 10 years of data for that entire corridor. And I've really got to hand it to Tamara Layton of the Del Norte Local Transportation Commission, she's our executive director there, for being a pit bull on this issue for the last 4 years to finally get this safety audit to come into play. Everybody who drives 199 essentially puts their life at risk when they get out there, and the increased poor behaviors that we've seen on that state highway have no question increased safety concerns. And safety concerns that we're seeing as a result of some preliminary data that have gone into the audit and meeting that we had this last week are quite alarming. And that the nature, especially within specific areas on Highway 199, with just the death toll alone in at least 6 of those areas, which had over 10, and I counted every one, but over 10 deaths per specific area in the last 10 years, it added up to a large number of deaths, and it was absolutely unacceptable. So having this information in one place with a third-party consultant that can make a recommendation outside the structure of Caltrans with potential fixes that we could focus in on, not only as a community, but as an agency like Caltrans, is going to be critically important to moving some projects forward. Mind you, we've been sitting in litigation since 2012 with the Center for Biological Diversity, Friends of Del Norte, and EPIC for several of these points that were listed as deadly in their report. So I'm looking forward to seeing the results of litigation also that should be ruled on here pretty soon. But we've got to get out of this quagmire that we're in because we're not fixing these spots that are killing our community members. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Supervisor Howard. As for me, I also attended the Local Transportation Commission meeting and the Homeless Ad Hoc Committee meeting. Attended Border Coast Regional Airport Authority meeting, participated in agenda review for this meeting, and North Coast EMS Medical Advisory Committee meeting. Also sat in on Pelican Bay State Prison Citizens Advisory Committee and met the new warden, acting warden Steve Smith. Seemed like a great guy that was also equally as community-minded as our last warden, which is very good news. We talked about educational programs, among some other things. And I learned that interesting stat, that 10% of all college graduates in the state of California were graduates of college at Pelican Bay State Prison. And they're looking to expand that, looking at a possible bachelor's degree program through Cal Poly Humboldt, which was pretty impressive. Heard about the Prison Pause program where they take the level 2 inmates, that same facility where all the artists are doing those good things, and there's 16 inmates that are have just taken hold of the 5th cohort of 8 dogs. There's 2 inmates training each animal. Every single one of the dogs so far from that program have been adopted, and they come from the Humane Society or Dog Pound. So it benefit for the community all the way around. Had a presentation that gave some stats about the Pelican Bay State Prison Athletics Association. I'm sure most of us have heard of that organization. They support our youth in sports programs, among other things. During COVID, when CASA could not hold their fundraisers, the Athletic Association donated $21,000. And from what I hear, if you want to make the director of CASA, Christine Saletti, cry, that is one way to do it. All in all, in 2021, the Athletic Association donated $132,000 to this community too. So very impressive numbers. This really says a lot to the folks that are there in that Athletic Association. One final little thing as far as direct aid to the community, I guess a team of correctional officers and their dogs helped search our county jail. I'm sure the sheriff is most appreciative of that. They also assisted with the search of the missing mushroom picker up in Gasky, and also the fire department assisted with mutual aid on many incidents to multiple fire departments in the county. Along with Supervisor Starkey, I toured the new location of the Ag Department. Pretty impressive work there on the part of Alan Winograd and his crew getting that space ready for them. It looks very nice, very professional looking, and Justin and his crew have done a great job getting that new location going. I participated in the Night to Shine, which is an event sponsored by the Tim Tebow Foundation. It's a dance for some of those in our community that need a little more help than others. I got to shine shoes, and it was really an enjoyable night. Everybody was just elated to be there, and everybody had a lot of fun. So I appreciated being asked to do that. And on this Valentine's Day, much like Supervisor Wilson, I know I'm not a record holder, but hon, I hope you have a happy 38th Valentine's Day. And that'll be it for me. And we are at the 10:30 hour, so we will move to our 10:25 timed item, our public comment period. Members of the public may address the board on matters which are within the jurisdiction of the board. If you are addressing the board regarding a matter listed on the agenda, you may be asked to hold your comments until the board takes up that matter. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes or less. Is there any public comment? Good morning again.
Good morning. My name's Linda Setter. On February 9th, I sent each of you an email regarding the Del Norte County Foster Care Program. One of you had the integrity to respond or acknowledge that letter, to let me know that you're looking into something that I wrote. Does that mean you condone the behaviors of what's going on with our foster care program? As supervisors, do you condone that the foster care program sends 11-year-old girls out of county away from friends and family? Do you condone that little girls are getting raped when they are sent out of county and mandated reporters are not reporting? Do you condone that children are getting placed in filthy homes of hoarders? Do you condone that children who get lice from these hoarders' homes are treated with kerosene oil, which causes burns? Do you condone that men are allowed to show 12-year-old girls how to insert tampons? Do you condone that the Del Norte County Foster Care Program uses the power of the pen to falsify records, cover up what is really happening to our children? Do you condone that people on welfare use the foster kids' checks to pay their bills and give nothing to these children, including clothes and other necessities? Lastly, do you condone this mistreatment and abuse through your consent agendas that the public gets only 3 minutes to speak on when there's 12 to 20 items, which includes what's going on with social services? Congratulations for participating in lawful sexual trafficking through the foster care program and abuse of our Del Norte County children.
That's tough to follow up. Please have my time restarted.
You're on the clock, Brandon. You can start whenever you want.
Thank you, Chairman Short. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'd like to start by please making a request. I would like to please request my 3 minutes be extended and be granted 5 minutes for public comment. Although my name doesn't appear on today's agenda, I think even County Council and I can agree that I may have some influence in some of the administrative changes in the manual. I could stand up here and talk about the travesty of the tri-agency, or how your mental health board had 2 meetings here recently, not justifully advertised. They're regularly scheduled meetings, and they weren't advertised, 2 of them. I went to one of them. I didn't see either of you there, so I'm not sure why 2 and why they're not. I could talk about the ad hoc committees and how, but the last meeting, January 24th, that was really hard to watch. But there is good news. It's not all your fault. We're fortunate to have Supervisor Borges and Supervisor Wilson elected, and with their wisdom and their courage, our community can reestablish accountability. As for the 3 members who served on the previous board, it's not your fault either. It's not your fault you were bullied by the ex-chairman to govern locally as he saw fit. So today, I hope we can take some steps forward. Steps towards personal accountability. Steps towards a greater good. We can start with a few baby steps by not approving consent agenda items 1, 2, 4, 9, 10, and 11. A bigger step forward would be to investigate and fire Public Health Officer Dr. Stutz. Another big step forward would to place an agenda item to evaluate County Council with action. His conflict of interest will occur later in this meeting, but he justifies everything. And when he doesn't justify, he just doesn't respond. Or he'll just change the administration manual. So there is one bigger step. We're going to play a little game. I'm going to read to you one of your profiles off your employer's website. I'm going to ask you if you think this supervisor is a Democrat or Republican. Then I'm going to ask you if this supervisor is engaging in a conflict of interest.
Brandon, wrap it up. Your time's
The employee
expired.
website says, a biologist by training and schooling. This individual heads up the economic development, business development, governmental relations, legal affairs, grant development, and environmental services for all operations of the business.
Brandon, your time's expired. Please wrap it up.
I will be respectful of your time if you're respectful of mine.
Your time has expired. So if you would wrap it up, please.
Really?
Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning.
I'm Patty Adams. I just had a couple of comments more about the last meeting. I really appreciated when they had the budget breakouts last year, and I would love to see that happen going forward. I feel that there is a lot of transparency that can be gained by that. Otherwise, we really don't have an ability to have an opinion. You guys are privy to a lot more information than the general public is. And so when you guys are reporting out or when you guys are doing these breakouts, that's when we get to see what's going on with the county. I'm not saying that they're not doing a great job, but it's nice to see. I was curious about item 11 from the last meeting, which had to do with fleet leasing. I think I understand that we're going forward with Enterprise, and I'm just curious if there was an RFP put out or how they were chosen. They are known in the industry as having the highest interest rates out of any of the lessors. And the last thing is vacation rentals or short-term rentals. They are a benefit to our community. They bring a lot of money in. We need every tourist dollar that we can get. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Chairman Short and
Good
members
morning.
of the board. My name is Dan Schmidt. I'm a recent resident of District 2. Proud to be there. Look forward to working with you in the future. But while I'm here, I'd like to make a special announcement. As of yesterday, the Del Norte triplicate is under new management. Now, it's still owned by Country Media, but they have named a new person to head the newspaper here in Del Norte County. And I'm very proud to say that the old guy that used to have that job was me. I'm out, and a few months later, after proving his value to this community, after proving his service to this community, almost every year for the past 10 or 12 years, the new editor of the triplicate is Roger Gitlin. Roger and I are going to work very closely together, and we hope with some of you. I think that this is a great opportunity to establish some initiatives that would be beneficial to the entire community, to the business community, and to the public. I think we can do it. And I look forward to those sessions. Now, Mr. Chairman, I do have some comments on item 21. Would you like me to hold off on those? The
Yes,
probation?
I would. Appreciate
Very
it.
well. So, thank you all, and congratulations, Roger. We're glad to have you on board. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Anybody online, Kylie? Okay, we'll close the public comment period. We'll move on to our 10:30 timed item, the update from the Cooperative Extension Department and introduction of new staff with Yana Valikovic. Good morning, Yana.
Good morning. It's a real pleasure to be here, Chairman Short, members of the board, staff. I'm Yana Valikovic. I'm the director and the department head of your Cooperative Extension Program, and I'm also your forest advisor. So I wear a few hats, and I appreciate a time on the agenda to share. So I'm here briefly to introduce a little bit about our department, especially to our new supervisors, Dean Wilson and Joey Borges. I know we haven't had a chance to get to know each other yet, so I thought this would be a moment. And then also to introduce two of our new team members that are here with us today. So for background, Cooperative Extension was founded in California in 1913, and that program and its location were established in Humboldt County, of all locations, first in California. We were the test case location to see if the model would work, and many years later that's proved to be true. In 1927, the County of Del Norte entered into the partnership arrangement, and I think we found mutual benefit over those years and look forward to, it's almost a long time now. So Under a memorandum of understanding, advisors like myself and like the two gentlemen I'll introduce in a moment are, embedded in our communities and embedded in county government to, connect the capacities of the university with the local communities and connect the local communities to the capacities of the university. So it's an interesting partnership arrangement that has proved to be quite successful. And we are here to work in a variety of topic areas, including economic development, business resiliency, ag and natural resource sustainability, and healthy families and communities. Over the years, you'll see us in many different capacities in your communities, and I look forward to our continued partnership. We are a 2-county program with staff spread across both Humboldt and Del Norte counties, and we're funded through a variety of sources, through University of California funds, U.S. Department of Agriculture funds, county funds, and through grants. In total, we have a staff of about 15, representing both counties and across this geographic area. And we have a pretty good depth to our expertise. We work in fire and dairy science, manure management, water quality, agriculture, forest management and health. We have a Gold Star nutrition program called the Expanded Food and Nutrition Education Program, and you probably best know us through our youth development program, which is 4-H. So with that as a background, I brought a brief sort of write-up about who we are. I do this every 2 years, and I'm working on the current one, so I thought, especially for our new team members, that would be helpful. And I'd like to share that we are very fortunate to have attracted some significant talent to our program. I'd like to introduce Eddie Tanner. He started just a few weeks ago, and he'll come up and say a few words. He is our horticulture and specialty crops advisor, so all things plant related in the agricultural fields. He has a lot of North Coast farming experience, and Eddie joins a large statewide team that works in this space and replaces a vacant position which was held by Deborah Giroux, who you may remember with a 30-year career in that space. And then I'd also like to introduce Alec Domka. He is in the field of economic development with a focus on rural agricultural needs. He's an ag economist, and this is a new effort that we're doing in the University of California system. So we're standing up a whole program focused on economic development. And I think Alec is one of 10 statewide, so he's joining a brand new team to work in this large geographic area. And he is under the leadership of Dr. Keith Taylor, who we brought here, I think it was October or November, I can't remember which month it was. But Alec, we relocated from North Carolina, so adding capacity to our North Coast communities. So with that, I thought I'd bring up our 2 team members and answer any questions if you have, and just appreciate the time to share a little bit about what we do.
Thank you very much, Anna. Good morning, Alec.
Good morning, board. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Alec Domka. I'm new from North Carolina. I've been in the North Coast 3 months, and it's been great. I'm really excited to be here and be able to be all the way up here in Del Norte. It's great. I love the rural life. I love everyone I've met so far has been a pleasure to work with, and it's been a great place to be. So I'm looking forward to helping you guys out with economic development, community development, anything around economics. I'm in the little office by the Sheriff's Department, so come on in and I'll help you out as best I can. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Alec.
I just had one question for you. Just curious, that's quite the move. What brought you?
It's beautiful here. Why would you not move here? It's great. I mean, it's incredible coworkers, incredible place. Seemed like a place I could really make a difference. So, yeah, very excited.
Very good.
Great. Awesome. Thank you, board.
All right. Thank you.
Good morning, board and staff.
Good morning.
My name is Eddie Tanner. Thank you for having me. I'm the new Specialty Crops and Horticulture Advisor with Cooperative Extension. I serve Del Norte and Humboldt counties, and though I'm based in Eureka, I'm really looking forward to being engaged with the farmers and the community food organizations here in Del Norte. And so in my new capacity, that's sort of my first item of business, is just meeting a lot of people and making those connections and learning where the needs and the opportunities are. I am not new to the community. I have a 20-year farming career, and I'm really excited to be putting some of my experience and those local connections outward in the community and supporting people in their field. And so feel free to send people my way.
Very good.
One question.
Thank you, Eddie.
What type of crops, you said you were farming for 20 years, what type of farming were you affiliated with?
Yeah, my farm is in Arcata. We grow vegetables and fruits.
Okay, excellent.
Thank you, Eddie. Welcome. Do we have any public comment on this presentation and introduction? Come behind you. Don't go. Okay.
Good morning again,
Morning.
and thank you for the presentation. Chairman, I asked to respect my time, and if you're not going to respect my time, I will not respect yours. So, you know, there's like 15 items or something. I've prepared some comments, and I have some songs, some activities, games, some prayers. I can come up here every time. 45 minutes. But we'll start with this. It's been a good one. The serenity prayer says, God, give me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, courage to change the things I can, and wisdom to know the difference, living one day at a time, enjoying one moment at a time, accepting hardships as the pathway to peace, taking as he did the sinful world as it is, not as I would have it, trusting that he will make things right if I surrender to his will.
Brandon, do you have comments as it relates to the introduction of these new people here and the presentation that Yana gave?
Do you think this is not relevant
This is
to any discussion?
a public comment as it relates to that item. If you do not, then I would ask for you to take your seat so we could move on
I
with
would
the rest of
request
the
we
agenda.
just have a moment of reflection.
You are free to do that. At your leisure, but not as a disruption of this meeting. I'm going to ask you to take your seat, or I will have you removed from the room.
I'm going to request my 3 minutes, sir. A moment of reflection.
Have we gone far enough?
I think as long as he gets down by the end of his 3 minutes, he can say almost anything he wants within his time.
Even if it's not germane to the item.
Yeah.
Would you like to finish the prayer, sir?
Any other public comment on this item? I'll go ahead and close public comment, and we will move to our 10:40 timed item.
I'd like to
Oh,
say
I'm
a few
sorry.
things. Sorry,
I'm
I
sorry,
was holding
Mr.
my comments till
Yes,
after
yes, you
public
were, and
comment.
you told me, and
And Yana, I appreciate you being here today, and more importantly, bringing our new supervisors up to speed. I know Sheriff Wilson's probably was very familiar when he had your shop right next door to his office for 12 years, but the University of California Extension and the programs that you've provided, you really put in parentheses, and I'm glad you did, was this capacity piece. There is no question those programs, and in particular those staff, build capacity for rural California. And I was extremely proud to be part of a movement with our state legislature, and in particular Senator Laird, in moving funding back out of the University's California General Fund budget and getting that specific line item for UC Cooperative Extension back in this last year. And you've demonstrated through the actions of Glenda Humiston, your director, that commitment to rural California, more importantly, the commitment to Del Norte County. By not only having Alec Domka here with us to focus on economic development and capacity building opportunities for our area, he is going to be critical and already has demonstrated that through the actions of really helping out Nick and Lisa on the Performing Arts Center, where we have Keith Taylor here this month and really helping the community to come on board. I hear the registration for that event is quite large already, and if you're not registered for it yet, hopefully you will be. In addition, the conversations to support our agency, and specifically with the wind power piece that's coming offshore, helping us as a community figure those pieces out. I know Keith Taylor in particular will be very helpful there because he has literally written the book on wind power here in the United States as a university professor, and looking forward to his comments and participation, in addition to Alex, on helping this community cipher through some of these difficult spots. I welcome aboard Eddie Tanner. Eddie, it's a pleasure to have you on board. I wish you were here in Del Norte. I would really like to see that office completely full again, but it is great to have you here and great to help build that capacity for this community, because you, in particular, through a lot of issues that you've addressed here, and most recently Sudden Oak death on Highway 197, bringing all the various agencies together to address and get that out of the county, because that does really impact us, in particular to one of our top agricultural commodities out of this county, which is lily bulbs. So thank you for your efforts and support in this matter and getting all these agencies communicating on one page.
I appreciate that, and I'd just like to acknowledge Supervisor Howard's leadership really in this funding space. This is exactly what it meant. We needed to lift all rural California to be able to restore our funding, and so now you can see manifested in these two staff, which, you know, these are career hires, and, you know, the institutional knowledge, the relationships you build, the complexity and connections across communities and across California is really what we manifest, and the ability to tap and pull resources from across the network to be able to bring that, you know, specialized services into our communities. So if you ever have any questions, feel free to reach out, and we really look forward to working with you and your constituents on our problems and how we can find viable working solutions for all of those. And I promise you, the interesting thing about having Eddie Tanner on board is that he already knows Humboldt County. So now, really, it's just about a job about getting to know Del Norte County. So you'll see a lot quicker service here because of that. But we are working hard on trying to bring in some additional grant resources to fully staff that office and bring us up to a higher level. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Sorry about that, Supervisor Howard. With that, we'll move to our 10:40 time item. Receive an update on the California-Oregon Chinook salmon as threatened under the Endangered Species Act by Mr. Mike Koopman. And 2, discuss and take possible action on directing staff to include this issue in the county's 2023 legislative platform, and to transmit a letter to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration stating the board's position as requested by Supervisor Howard. And before we take off here, I would just like to say that after listening to the Fish and Game Commission's meeting last night, I wanted to express my appreciation to Mr. Koopman. You know, he's the premier fishing guide here in the county, and he takes that to the next level. You know, I appreciate the studies you put into this, the obvious effort you put into the science of the fishery, and the education that you bring to the Fish and Game Commission. I just wanted to say I appreciate that very much.
Thank you. First of all, good morning, all supervisors, and congratulations to the new elects and the re-elections. And apologize for my nervousness being in front of you this morning. We did have some wonderful discussion last night at the Fish and Game Commission meeting about this, and it's kind of leading into or following up what you just said. I do have a lot of experience in this, 30 years as a fishing guide. I've been the chair of the board for the Rowdy Creek Fish Hatchery. I've worked with the NorCal Guides and Sportsmen's Association and with the Fish and Game Commission on many different issues, and been deemed as an expert by the Fish and Game Commission in fish behavior. So with those attributes coming behind me, I'd like to start for my reason for being here. I wrote you guys a fairly polarizing letter and it was very astute and to the point. I want to also explain that my understanding of the ESA, or the Endangered Species Act, is far more in depth than what I alluded in that letter. It is very important, and if we are at the level of an Endangered Species Act, I will support that. It supports my way of living, my way of supporting my family. Fish are first, number one, in my life and in my world. So getting that out of the way, I want to move on and explain to you about the potential for the ESA listing. And I think the cart is being put before the horse, per se, by the petitioners in this ESA, potential ESA listing for Chinook salmon. There's some very unidentified science that's happening right now in the state of California. And as I said in my letter, this kind of backs up what the commission did in 2019, 2020 in listing the spring Chinook on the Klamath River. There's an acronym called an ESU, and an ESU is an evolutionary significant unit. And what that does is it would basically identify subspecies of a original species, or for lack of better terms, an original species. So we have the Chinook salmon that has an ESU, and then we have the spring salmon that we are looking to potentially get identified as its own, evolutionary significant unit. The science is right now an argument within the state. Private scientists says yes, there are markers, and the public employed scientists say there aren't. So in this process, there's kind of a disarray, if you would, between the two entities of this petition. So what I would like to see in this is a possible resolution of that before this would move forward. The impact of the ESA listing of all Chinook salmon from Cape Mendocino to the mouth of the Columbia River would be unfathomable. And without having documented science to prove a specific ESU, and maybe I'm stepping ahead just a little bit, the spring salmon are in trouble. We don't really know if the fall Chinook are in trouble or not, and without the identification of the two, I think this cart is going before the horse. To me, there's a very clear difference between spring Chinook and fall Chinook. I see them almost every day. I cannot put that DNA marker as a scientist, but they are very different animals in my opinion. And I believe that they should be treated as different. The state of California is doing so, and hopefully we can move forward with that and get that DNA difference. Today I'm going to ask the supervisors to basically oppose this potential listing, this petition for listing. I'm going to ask you guys for action in letter writing to National Marine Fisheries and NOAA, and hopefully with the extended arm to our neighboring counties in Northern California and also in Oregon. I would like to ask you guys on your already busy schedule to reach out and use those partnerships that you guys have made as our politicians with our neighbors, and come in with a unified type of a response to this petition. I think it warrants it. I think it warrants the time. Every one of us will be affected on our daily life if this actually was to come through in this process. In that action, I would ask for you guys to request study, more science, actual factual science that will prove things. And within that, I would glad to be a part of it and donate my time into that, into the educational process of myself and then also the other supervisors and the general public on this. It's very important, and everybody in this room could be affected if this petition were accepted by National Marine Fisheries and NOAA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Do we have any questions from the board members? Joey? No? No questions at this time, Mike.
Thank you.
Made yourself clear. Thank you. Is there any public comment on this presentation?
Thank you, Mike. We are fortunate to have Mr. Koopman in our community. Amazing individual. I would request that before sending any letter to NOAA that Mr. Koopman approve of the letter before sending. I think this is a potential example of kind of a wolf in sheep's clothes. You know, and I'm going to get through these comments, Chairman, and I appreciate your time. Number 15, you know, the update from Mike, the salmon. It says, take possible action on directing staff to include this issue in the county's 2023 legislative platform and to transmit a letter to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration stating the board's position. To submit it. Who's writing it? Where is it? Do we have the letter? You're going to approve a letter, but you don't know what it says. You know, I was trying to play a game, and this ties in directly to what we're salmon, and so if you could amuse me for a second, I'm going to read one of your profiles off your employer's website, and then I'm going to ask you what party affiliation and if it's a conflict of interest, okay? Party affiliation, conflict of interest. A conflict of interest is a situation in which a person is in a position to derive personal benefit from actions or decisions made in their official capacity. The employer's website says, a biologist by training and schooling, this individual heads up the economic development, business development, government relations, legal affairs, grant development, and environmental services for all operations of the business. The individual researches and writes the grant proposals for the business and manages all permitting and regulatory processes for production and processing facilities. Click here to see his recent video on salmonoid restoration. What do you think? Democrat, Republican? How about the most liberal, Republican? This is the conflict of interest. It's like he's putting it right in our face. You have impeded the development of 199. It's closed today, probably because of you. You haven't done nothing.
Brandon, your time's expired. Please wrap it up.
I'll be back.
Hi there, Dave Powell.
Good morning.
Thank you, board, for your time. This may not be the right place for this question. I have a question for Mike, and you may not want to answer it. I don't know, but a very political issue. But do you think that the removal of the dams up Klamath is going to help the salmon population, or will that be detrimental? Or do you want to just walk out the door and not answer that? Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mike, for coming up and answering. I'm sure it's a curiosity question for quite a few people.
I didn't catch your name, I'm sorry. Hi, Dave. I will answer your question. I would love to do it on a more personal note, though. as to respect the supervisor's time, I will leave you with my phone number, and you can give me a call, and we can do that.
Thank you, Mike.
I did a lot of reading yesterday, and so I don't know if this is the same issue, but is this the one that the farmers was involved with, part of this issue? No?
Its letter directly says that it will impact the agriculture.
Okay, so you can't do that. That's a conflict of interest because you work for a farmer, and you put this on the agenda. Wow. Thank you.
Joel, you're welcome to weigh in on that if you'd like.
Good morning. My name is Rob Miller. As chairman of the local county Fish and Game Commission, we had a rather lengthy discussion, as already been discussed today. And what seems to be the most important from Mike's presentation is the fact that there needs to be science behind this process. This process will affect economics, will affect visitorship, will affect a lot of things in Del Norte County. And so him asking the board, and the Fish and Game Commission will send you a letter also, him asking the board to come out against it until there is science behind it, specific and exact science behind it, is exceedingly important for the economic viability of recreation in Del Norte County.
Thanks, Rob.
Thank you very much for your comment, Rob. Did you want to weigh in? No?
Just that, conflict of interest laws are complex. They have a process to them. And not just anything that feels kind of vaguely like conflict is one. In order for something like this to be a conflict for Supervisor Howard, the effect on his particular employer would have to be not just speculative, it would have to be reasonably foreseeable and material. And I don't see any facts in the record here that suggest that that's the case. So I do not believe that there's anything approaching a conflict of interest here.
Thank you, Joel.
I just have a question, I guess, on the process to kind of answer Mr. Beaver's questions. If we move forward with this letter, it has not been written yet, right? We would direct staff to write the letter, possibly with the help of Mr. Koopman, and then would it be brought back to us to approve, or would it be staff's?
I think the letter, as stated here in the agenda, is a letter stating opposition of the listing of the Chinook on the ESL, pending more science and asking for more science from the state. So I don't believe it will come back to the board. Okay. Because we're essentially voting on the content of the letter.
Right, okay.
Mr. Howard?
No, and I appreciate the efforts that not only our Del Norte County Fish and Game Commission, but also Mr. Koopman has brought to us over a large number of years in this county. Oftentimes, as you've said, the cart's put in front of the horse, and we have various groups here, not only in our community, but outside our community, that see that action needs to be taken. And yet, action that needs to be taken oftentimes has to have a great deal of study to it. And I, for one, as a fisheries biologist and had been for 17 years in this county on timber grounds, know that there's various components in our environment that impacts whether or not a run occurs. In particular, there's also impacts whether or not a little young fish stays in its natal stream or migrates downstream and occupies another portion of that river or stream. Those are called phenotypes. In particular, studies that were done here on our river over decades have pretty much indicated that the returns of Chinook salmon, in particular to our stream, not are occurring from factors within our basin of the Smith River, but more importantly are dictated by factors in our ocean. And those returns, unfortunately, have been low in some cases. But those also low numbers of returns are what generate this kind of petition to occur. And it's an unfortunate catch-22. We could be doing everything we can here as folks that oversee the landscape in the Smith River watershed to protect it. And yet what happens out there in the ocean is often things that we can't impact as a society. And yet we feel as humans we've got to do something about it. And this is one of those cases where the petitioners feel they've got to do something about it. and yet there's very little that can be done about it other than making an impact on our economy here in Del Norte County. The ESU for this, the Southern Oregon, Northern California ESU, encompasses a broad range, as you said, from Cape Mendocino north. And in this case, it's going to impact everybody, not just Del Norte County. So I really appreciate your time and your energies to come here today, speak to us with a wise mind on some potential actions that we can take now to build coalitions from those neighboring counties to move forward and really ask for that science to occur. Thanks for your time, Mike.
So I just want to kind of piggyback on what Supervisor Board just mentioned, was that I would prefer to see the letter, and when we get to item 19 a little later, that's going to be one of my comments, is that if we're signing our name to something, I really want to see what it is, and I want to have that opportunity to have a discussion here. So if we could, I'm totally in favor of drafting the letter, having the letter there, but I would like as a board to be able to see what's in it and make sure that we're in agreement with it before it is submitted.
Dean, do you have any comments?
Yeah, please. We've seen the devastation that bad science has caused to Del Norte County in the past by our logging industry, fishing depletion, and the actions that they're taking. It's bad science that's pushing forward the removal of the Klamath dams, and it's also the effects that shut down, unfortunately, many of our fish hatcheries up and down the rivers, especially those that were originally dedicated to help maintain the salmon runs on rivers that are dammed in particular. And the effects of those closures over this long period of time have been significant, and yet it never is included in any of the studies that they've ever done. You know, the impacts of what this may cause to us is definitely something we need to oppose until they can show that the science that they are utilizing and the studies that they are utilizing are justifiable. And so I support the letter going forward, and the request that the studies be done. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mike. I've got a question for you. In your discussion last night, you talked about the way they count fish, and it sounded like, even though the volume was a little bit low, it sounded like they place cameras in the river and basically make a funnel for the fish to go through and watch the fish and count the fish that way. But I thought you said it basically kind of makes a funnel and adds to predation of the fish, effectively producing numbers rather than, you know, letting them swim upstream. And also you talked about pinniped depredation as well. It seems like, you know, let's not talk about the seals eating all the fish and the effects of some previous actions. Don't know if that's going to be included in the letter. I'm sure you're going to have a key role in drafting the letter. So I just wondered if you had any comments to the public in that regard.
Yes, for purpose of time, and I mean, I could go on and on. The simplicity of it is the video weirs that you were talking about are placed in the Scott River and the Shasta River, and they are conventionally just a pinch point, and literally a wire fence that goes across the river with an opening in the center. And depending on water levels, they will literally stop a run of salmon, steelhead, whatever, coming up the river until they feel safe to actually go through that. Obviously, I'm stating arbitrarily that it feels safe, but sure, you know, watching fish behavior, I understand. You know, they're not fight, they're flight. With that in mind, there's a lot involved here, and you know, the Klamath River in its own self is very vital to our county, but this is much more broad. It's huge. This is catastrophic. It's big, and I really appreciate the consideration. We do have a point of order. We don't have much time. There's a 90-day public comment period. Within that, we're about halfway through that right now. So I will provide you guys through an email with a drop-dead date to have that letter done. And remember that I am currently 7 days a week, about 15 hours a day. So with that said, I will do my best to be as much of a part of it as possible. And our commission, our Fish and Game Commission here locally is very adept and a good crew right now, so we can also rely on them for part of the help to draft this letter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. So in your estimation, 30 to 40 days, or are we talking about a few weeks?
We're about halfway, I would say, on it. I would have to look at it. It's an estimate at best right now, but I first saw this on the Federal Registry about 30 days ago, so roughly 30 to 45 days to go.
Okay. Okay. Good deal. Thank you, Mike. Okay. Bring it back to the board. At this time, I guess.
Chair, I have a
yes.
hand raised online.
Oh, very good. Didn't realize that I forgot to ask you if we had people online with public comment, so apologize for that, and I'll certainly allow them to comment. Go ahead.
Lupe, you are on.
Good morning. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Lupe Gutierrez, and I want to thank Mike for doing the proposed letter. I'm hoping when they include science information that they take a look at the granite companies that sit both on the Smith River and the Trinity. I'm hoping to know how that affects our fishing industry. And that's my comment. Thank you very much for the information.
Thank you for your comment. Okay, bring it back to the board. I will go ahead and close public comment at this time. And this time, a motion would be appropriate.
So I'll make the motion to, I want to make sure I do this right, direct staff to include this issue on the county 2023 legislative platform. Did I do that right?
Yep.
Okay.
We have a motion to include this issue on the legislative platform. Do we have a second?
I will second.
You just made the motion for the including it on the platform. So we have a motion and a second for including it on the platform. Kylie, would you pull the vote for that part of this, please?
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. And at this time, a motion in regard to the letter would be appropriate.
Well, I would make a motion that we direct staff to draft a letter to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration stating the board's opposition and bring that back for approval at our next meeting.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Kylie, would you pull the vote for that?
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. All right. Thank you for the great discussion. Mike, again, thank you for being here. I know it's a sacrifice for you. Appreciate that. Now we're going to move on to our 10:50 time item, about a half an hour late here. Going to receive a presentation from Allison Ramsey and Kevin Malone, and we're looking to authorize the Department of Health and Human Services to submit an application and receive funding from the Encampment Resolution Funding Program, and 3, authorize the Director of the Department of Health and Human Services to sign any future documents for this grant as requested by the Director of Health and Human Services. Hello again, Renelle.
Board. Yes. So I'm really excited to bring this item up today. As you know, homelessness is a community-wide issue and not just a DHHS issue. So DHHS, along with many other partners, have been participating in the Homeless Ad Hoc Committee in regards to coming up with ideas and ways to address issues around homelessness, one including encampments. So we as a group are looking at how can we do some encampment cleanup and also to develop additional needed items in the continuum of housing around homelessness. So this morning, we're going to have Allison Ramsey and Daphne Cortez Lambert give you a presentation on the emergency encampment funding, as well as talk about some possible solutions, and then really review the encampment resolution funding program. So I'm happy to have them come up and provide that information.
Good morning. Thanks
Good morning,
for
Allison.
having us today. I'm Allison Ramsey. I'm a consultant grant writer, and we're going to present about the grant.
And I'm short. I'm Daphne Cortez Lambert, and I am the founder of Del Norte Mission Possible and the director of Homeless Services.
And we have a PowerPoint. I don't know how that works, but we got visuals. Oh, and I've got a handout. Here's some actions. I think most of you guys already know that that there's a plan among in the county to address the issue of, I think, the very large encampments that we have, and the housing committee, the ad hoc housing committee, which is being led by Chairman Short and Supervisor Wilson, has been looking at this. We're looking at two main encampment areas known as Waldo and South Bend. The area in blue here is what's known as Waldo. And the idea is to find alternative places for current residents of these encampments to live, using a combination of a whole range of different kinds of housing options for them. And then once this land gets cleaned up, the state is interested in buying it because it's sensitive wetlands and there's some rare and endangered species there. So they're interested to buy it from the county. And what we'd like to present to you today is our plan for assisting these residents to move off safely and to move towards permanent supportive housing. Next slide, please.
So in this, we are, I'm so short. We're talking about the encampments and who actually lives in those encampments. We have approximately 30% of the individuals are under 25 years old, mostly young adults. Approximately 15% are tribal members. This population includes pregnant women. It includes seniors. I think what's important that is not listed here is it includes those who have aged out of the foster care system. When I was out in the camps doing the pit count, I was amazed at how many youths are aging out of the foster care system and they're ending up in these encampments. And there are also people who have developmental delays. There are those who are disabled. So even when we present them with outreach that says, here, let's send you here, they can't navigate those services. So that's a big part of our plan that we're going to go into in a minute.
Next slide, please.
So here we have the 7 principles of addressing encampments. Now, what is wonderful about this is that we're already doing this. This is kind of just turned into best practices, but we want to build on that. We have an amazing cross-agency response to encampments through the COC, through the HMIS, through the county programs, where we have been able to get people who are very vulnerable and seniors housed. But we'd also like to work on involving the residents around that area, so they're part of the solutions. Mission Possible relies heavily upon what we call ambassadors, people who speak for each one of the residents in the camps, and that is a key to us being able to be successful because we're asking them what they need and then bridging that gap. So we will continue to use these principles and build on them, and we're just so excited about the opportunity.
Next slide. It's you guys.
Oh, it's me again. And here is the opportunity. As we were meeting in the ad hoc, I'm in several of the subcommittees, and one of the things that was brought to my attention is that when we are cleaning out these camps, you're cleaning them out, you're giving them 3 months' time to clean up, but they are unable to do anything about it.
And it breaks people's hearts to go in and to plow down and destroy everything that these individuals own. So our plan in this is to provide peer support, mentors who would come in at that 3-month time and help them plan every week, maybe even more so, help them to pack, lead them to what we are calling a navigational center that will be in that area. We already have a site plan for it that we are going to do. Whether this grant happens or not, we are doing it through Cal-AIM partnership. And that will be a navigational center where people will come in, and what that simply means is we welcome them, we build relationships with them, we put them into the HMIS, the coordinated entry, to address their needs, look what programs they're best suited for, and then we help them with that. We will continue to use peer supports who will walk alongside them and help them to be able to navigate that system. For those who desire to go into a shelter, we are starting this off in the emergency shelter. That is the 1135 Harold Street, and that will be a 60-bed shelter that will have some beds set aside particularly for youths, also for hospital recovery, and we have 2 units especially set aside for families as well. Now, this is an area where one of the biggest hindrances to people getting services is they don't know what day it is, they don't know how to navigate it, they need intense case management. Most of the people that we are talking about in this with this population are people who have been homeless for 5 years or longer. So they need a lot of assistance, so we're going to give them that assistance. We're going to also teach them independence. This is going to be a client-centered program where we're going to meet and we're just going to talk to them and see what are their goals. Work development is a key in every one of these situations. We are believing that we are not going to, we're not giving people a handout, but a hand up. We're going to enlarge our workforce. So the emergency shelter, in that plan, what happens is that first week, people need to feel safe. Okay, so we give them some time to feel safe. And then after that, they meet with a case manager, and that case manager addresses their goals, looks at their strengths, their weaknesses, and together they decide one thing that they are going to accomplish that week independently or with a little bit of a nudge. And in that, those who do well and consistently are moving forward will be offered the pallet home. The pallet home is going to have a little bit less intensity in the case management, but we are going to have many, many multidimensional services there for them. In all of these, it's very important to remember that our partners are essential, that we are looking at health determinants for positive outcomes for these individuals. So after the pallet home, and there's, I believe you have something in there that defines all of this longer, and I'd love to talk to you about it. I could talk about it all day because I'm excited. But after that, they will be moved on to permanent housing. And we're looking at permanent, affordable housing options as well, because unless we have a place to put them, it really doesn't matter, right? So we're looking at all of those options.
Thank you. So if you look at this diagram, we have the encampments, that's an undeniable fact, and we have limited currently affordable and supportive housing. We don't have a year-round operating emergency shelter. So that's a big hole in our continuum of care, and we don't have interim housing, which is also sometimes known as transitional housing with intense supports. So those are the 2 pieces of puzzle that we're missing, and without them, we cannot expect people from the encampments to jump into permanent housing. So we have to create this continuum. Next slide, please.
You can control with the mouse at the, there's a mouse
You can
there.
control the slides with the mouse there.
And I'd like to add with that, with our success with the continuum of care and the coordinated entry system with the county, I follow individuals that we've had placed, and it's very challenging. Being able to get them a place to live, they're not ready. A lot of them need some tools so that they can be successful in housing. And part of this program that's very exciting is that we will be teaching life skills, budgeting skills. Mission Possible is not going to do this on its own. Arcata House, Darlene Spohr is going to come down, and she is going to lend all of her expertise and also train our staff.
So for the interim housing, the solution we're looking for is what's known as pallet homes, and they are not homes made out of wooden pallets. You'll be happy to hear. It's, you can see a picture here of a pallet home village. They're portable homes that arrive on pallets, up to 30 on a truck on these pallets. And they can be built in as little as an hour, each one, and so you can build a village in a weekend. They're movable, so they're a quick solution, they're an affordable solution for interim housing. And I'm going to show you a quick video. Is it going to come up? Yes. Oh, wait. Oh, sorry, can you go back? And then I don't know how to click on the arrow to get the, it's only 1 minute. But can we go back to the last slide? And then if you could just hit play, because I don't see my mouse working anywhere.
Today, hundreds of thousands of people are experiencing homelessness in cities across America. We are facing a national housing emergency. People experiencing homelessness need a shelter that is better than a sidewalk and faster than the permanent solutions that can take months or even years to build. That's why we created Pallet, a rapid shelter solution to address homelessness at the speed and scale that you'd expect when human lives hang in the balance. Our sleeping cabin villages offer an immediate transition off the streets, giving residents a safe and dignified place to live during their transition to permanent housing. We've designed our shelters over the years with input from government leaders, homelessness service providers, and most importantly, people who have actually experienced homelessness. We've optimized the shelter.
Can we do the next slide? There's more of that video if you want to see it. I'd be happy to share it with you, but in the interest of time, I thought I'd just show you that initial bit. So this is what a 30-unit pallet home could look like on the old juvenile hall facility on Williams Drive. What we don't show here is that the whole thing would be fenced with a not see-through fence, and there would be 24/7 security with a minimum of 2 people for security at all times. There is a container truck converted into male and female bathrooms and showers. And there's the end of that too, there's a laundry unit which would have a coin-operated washer dryer. There is office space for staff and for case management services. And then there's that white thing in the middle is like a community room where you could have groups and you could have a dining area too. The meals would be made at the emergency shelter where there's a commercial kitchen and brought over. So what the pallet company has discovered, and you have a flyer in the handout I gave you, is that wherever they've had these, they have had significant reductions in calls for law enforcement. Community crime has gone down measurably. Medical emergencies have gone down, and costs for park and sidewalk cleanups have been reduced too. So significant reductions in public costs as well. So just to explain quickly about the grant we're looking for, it's a state grant from the California Interagency Council on Homelessness called Encampment Resolution Funding. $240 million is available statewide. There's 3 windows where you can apply in, and the first window, the window closes February 28th, and we are determined by hook or by crook to get in on that deadline, because that will significantly increase our chances of getting funded. The funds have to be spent by June 2026, so funding decisions would take 3 to 5 months, so we could have our check as early as July of this year, which would mean we would have 3 years worth of funding to do the startup costs and the operating costs. only counties, cities, and continuums of care can apply. And for the ad hoc committee, we've been talking about having the county as the lead applicant, specifically Ronell's Department, Health and Human Services. And this is a partnership between Health and Human Services, Del Norte Mission Possible, Arcata House Partnership, like Daphne mentioned, who will provide staff training and technical assistance. They are very experienced providers of homeless services. They have policies and procedures in place that we can take. They have, job descriptions, everything we need. So it's really great that they can help us. And True North Organizing Network has also been very involved. So our plan is to apply for startup costs to bring the emergency shelter up to code so that it can actually be open as a year-round, 365 days a year shelter. Build the pallet shelter village at the Williams Drive facility with the fencing and everything. And build the two navigational centers that Daphne was talking about. One would be close to Williams Drive, and one would be over in the Elk Valley property that we've been looking at. And then we can also ask for money to staff and operate these facilities for 3 years. And the thought is that we would go for intensive staffing in year 1 and gradually taper that off as we increase our leverage funding from the many other sources of funding we have. That could be, for example, federal, state, Medi-Cal money, hospital district money, rapid rehousing money, ESG. So we've already started talking with Ronell and Roy about some of the sources of funding that are available and looking at how we can do more funding. We can also approach companies and find companies that are willing to sponsor a pallet home. And, so we can get really creative in how we fund this, and we'll have 3 years of leeway to build up the funding so that this becomes permanent, viable pathways to housing for approximately at least 200 encampment residents is what we're thinking over those years.
And how many nights is that?
Yes, which comes to 30,000 bed nights per year, 60,000 meals served per year. So it's really significant between the emergency shelter and the interim shelter. We have a stage 2 in mind. So we've identified a couple of properties in the Elk Valley area that could also be really good for more interim or permanent housing. But they're in coastal commission areas. So it's going to take a couple of years to get the permission from the coastal commission. So our stage 2 will be to apply for a second grant, probably during the second window of this funding, which is March, April, to get that money in. And that money would be, so as soon as we can get the coastal commission approval, we could move the pallet village from Williams, because it's all portable, over to Elk Valley, and then the Williams Drive area would be perfect for a tiny home village. So to apply for that funding now in this second window, so a second proposal, and so if we can have that, we'll have that money in the bank, and as soon as we get the permission, we can move on into stage 2, because we clearly need more permanent housing as well. Any questions?
Any questions from the board?
I'll just going to start off by saying I'm so excited that this is the momentum that you are having with this is just astounding, I think is the better word. One thing though, it is going to take a village. It's going to take the whole community figuring this out. I mean, we all like to complain about homelessness, but we've got to figure out a solution. You're providing a solution, and I'm hoping that the community will rally, and it is all of our responsibility to jump in and get behind whatever that solution is. And you've brought to us something that's very exciting, and I'm more than happy to support your efforts from here on out.
Thank you, Supervisor Starkey. Supervisor Borges?
So, well, I guess maybe I have more questions. Why was Williams Drive chosen? So for one, when I look at the picture of it, juvenile hall, we're looking at turning into a, children, day use. And when I look at the overall picture, I'm seeing...
That's not that juvenile hall. So
it's not
in that
Williams
picture,
Drive?
that's the old juvenile hall. It's
Right,
a
but
derelict building.
So when I'm picturing kids are day reporting to the juvenile hall for their activities, they're walking, riding their bike right through this encampment, correct?
Right.
So
Well,
troubled
no,
youth.
No, it's fenced, so around the fence. but-
Right. So I have an issue with that. And then when I look at it, it immediately makes me not feel great when I see a kid's basketball court covered with, you know, pallet homes, I guess. It just seems like we're working on the wrong end, I guess. So why was that location? Because then you have the fairgrounds just to the next of it where you're going to create pathways of travel through the youth, you know, riding their horses and the fairs and Cal Fire's there and the low-income housing right on the other side. I mean, it's, to me, I say, I don't know if that would be the best location. And then my next question is, so I contacted down to the Butte County, who did pallet homes, and I got mixed responses that they didn't work, I guess. I mean, maybe, I mean, that was just one county. I could be completely wrong. You know, it was only half full. There was all kinds of new amenities and things, funding, and lots of programs available, which then brought in more encampments along the highways, along the freeways, and the pallet homes were only half full because people didn't want to be put into the light, I guess. They didn't want to use these homes. And so I guess I'm interested in any other success stories or things that we could look at before supporting that, at least for myself. And then what's the number of, well, I guess because you guys have gone out there in the encampments, the current encampments, what's the number of people, actual people out there that are living in these, like, and what's the percentage that, I don't want to say want help, but what's the percentage that want to do these steps and phases to, because it's a lot of work. I mean, to take that next level, to commit to living in this housing, to commit to all the programs, to commit to moving forward, what would be their, what's the amount of people that are actually interested in that, I
like
guess?
to address that part. Yeah, I'll do
Sorry,
the
I
first
threw out a
two.
lot
I'll
of
do
you,
the
sorry.
first two, and then Daphne will do the number and who's there. So the reason the site was selected is partly because we can move quickly, and there's an urgency to this. And the county owns it free and fair. It's currently just sitting there not being used. We would not have sex offenders on that site. Also, because I'm talking to the superintendent of schools about those 2 classrooms, which are on county-owned land, but they're district-owned classrooms. And so one thought is that maybe we could put in the money to actually buy those from the district, but I still have to talk to Mr. Harris about that, and I've got that's happening this week. But those would be great to purchase for the use of staff and groups, potentially. But otherwise, I know there's concerns because there's currently one of them is used for a student, a special needs student, and obviously we'd need to make sure that everything that goes on is compatible. And that we would do, and certainly people with sex offenders records could be served in the emergency shelter, but not in the pallet homes. Second one, so yeah, there are lots of success stories that I can happily share with you that Pallet has, because they've been doing these now for quite some years. And we've spoken to people in Sonoma that has a pretty big pallet home village, and also a rogue retreat in Medford. And they're very positive about them. They've had really good experiences with them. They've held up. There's been some, minor issues in places, but easily fixable and replaceable. So they seem to have worked well. And because they're designed by homeless people, and 60% of the people who work for Pallet Homes Company are formerly homeless. So they're very much designed with what people want. And I think a big thing is that it's lockable, and it's your own space. I mean, I'm sure, so that's all I can say on that, really. But I can certainly share some of the success stories.
Is there any studies, I guess, on the numbers? Because I go back to the old Field of Dreams, if you build it, they'll come, right? In these situations, when this has been happening, has the homeless numbers, point-in-time counts, whatever you want, I don't know what the proper term is, but have those dropped and become more positive, I guess?
I believe so, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, these are all people who would otherwise be sleeping in parks and sides of roads and so on, so yeah. Yeah. I don't think people are going to move to Del Norte because we have great homeless services here, sadly. But anyway, Daphne, you could talk to the other question.
And so I would be interested in knowing, as far as Butte County, if they had the continuum of care that we're talking about here and pathways to housing, because I think that's very important, because if you took people right off the camps, right out of camp, and put them in the pallet homes, that would not be successful. We're talking about using this, and we want to get away from pallet home and go micro-village. The micro-village is for people who have shown that they are motivated and they are ready for that next step to where we can begin to educate them about what it's like to be able to budget, to be able to be a good renter, to be able to know how to talk to your landlord, engagement, jobs, things like that. So I'm just interested in the details of that. And as far as are people willing to participate in this, Mission Possible is very based on relationship-based case management. And so what that means is I know the individuals. I'm going into these camps and I'm picking up their garbage, okay? And what I have seen is I have seen 150 tons of garbage being picked up from these camps. These are people who want something better for their lives. I've asked them, what does better look like for you? Because I don't believe in giving people services that when I have no idea what they're dealing with. And they're telling me that yes, they're telling me, oh boy, sign me up, I want to help, let me build it, let me, and I'm finding that many people have skills. I'm already recording, I have a list of people with skills, with recommendations, with contacts that I want to connect, because this is an untapped work resource. These are our individuals, and this is a healthy community. Now, how do I feel about you build them, they will come? Well, guess what? People that travel don't like rules. And anybody who gets into these programs, no one is going to be going to the emergency shelter just to drop in. That's not the way we are. What we do is that's where the navigational centers are very important. People come to the navigational centers, they're greeted, they feel welcome, they're part of the HMIS. That's a really long questionnaire that really looks at the details of a person's life and helps us know where to connect them to services. So after that individual is in there, then they will be on a waiting list for this shelter. So this is a privilege. This isn't like a, hey, you know what, we're just, come on in and do whatever. This is a privilege to be here. And so what I have seen with people who travel through this community is they don't like rules. And so if you enforce rules of any kind on them, they don't like it. Also, people that are travelers, they can't stay indoors. Like they think they want a motel room, but you give them a motel room and they can't take it, they have to go. It's very important that we look at the unique situation of the people that we're dealing with and break through the stigmas.
Just a couple more for you, sorry. So I sat through a luncheon with THHS. It was wonderful. I learned about all of these programs that are out there.
Great.
There's so many.
Yes.
Why are some of these people that are wanting the assistance, what's the lacking? Why are they not taking the steps?
Because of navigational support, because it is, we really, COVID may be over, but we have not recovered from COVID. They have not recovered from COVID. They've not recovered from, I called to make an appointment, and that's really, really hard for them, and then they don't know what day it is. They can't make it on time. For the people, the population that we are dealing with, I would say 50% of them have not gone north of the Chevron.
And is that
That should say a lot.
Is that because of just lack of education, or is it drug use, or is it what causes the disconnect?
You know, it's a combination of everything. Many times people think that everyone who's unhoused has mental health issues, but when you find out, when you look at when someone has lived with the trauma of living on the streets for a year, it rewires their brain and they look like they have mental health issues because they're on high alert. It's because they're trying to survive. It's because they're afraid if they leave their camp, they're going to get robbed. There are many, many reasons, but leaving the camp because they think they're going to be robbed is a big one.
And my final question with the location, you know, with that potential youth center being in the back, what is the, is there going to be a drug prevention protocol? I mean, because, so if you have an encampment there or a pallet home, I don't know what the right term was, there's a potential for a lot of drug use, a lot of possible things in there, and then we have our questionable youth who are already having a hard time in life passing through that area every day, multiple times a day, who are just, you know, one step away from, you know, maybe taking a right into that encampment.
And that's where those individuals will be at the emergency shelter. Because you want to be able to prove some kind of success. What we will have is we will have groups there. We will have NA, we will have AA groups at the pallet homes to help them maintain their sobriety. But there will be, it's housing first because no one's turned away. We're sent to the emergency shelter. And then after you've proven that, you know, hey, I want more for myself and have put forth that effort, that's when you're going to the pallet home. There will be, these people will be a lot less risky than what's happening over at the emergency shelter. And also that camera is like someone watches, that security camera, someone somewhere watches this camera 24/7. So on top of the staff that we have there, we're also going to have the security camera, and we're also going to have the people who really want someone to see them differently. They want to make a difference. They want a chance.
And did you have an alternate location besides that one?
Do you have an alternate location?
I do not.
Well.
We do, but it was the time issue with the Coastal Commission permission for what we think is the prime location. It's just that that's probably a couple years down the road.
That's one of the reasons for the phase 2, so that eventually we can move it out and make that a permanent supportive housing on that site.
Yeah, what Williams Drive gives us is just the immediacy of the need. It allows us to put a location to have the encampment and to have a actual place for the homeless to be, because without that, the policies that we're going to be able to put into place that allow law enforcement to actually run the other encampments out and around our areas that are causing nothing but problems in our 5th district and other districts, but to be able to enforce those policies and those laws, get them out of those areas so that we can actually clean them up and keep them clean, and force them into these, basically say we have mandated places where you can go and you can camp and you can live, but you can't live out here. And once you have that in place, it gives law enforcement the tools that we need to make a difference in our communities. But it also gives the people that do want to take advantage and have the ability to take advantage a place that's going to help them transition. Because what you're going to find is that there is a percentage, and it's not, maybe 30% that'll take advantage of what we have to offer. It's the other 70% that are causing a lot of problems in our community, and that we have to give law enforcement the tools to be able to actually deal with that. Right now, they have no tools. As long as there's no encampment, we cannot enforce that rule. If there is an encampment.
If there's no shelter.
If there's no shelter, no encampment, we cannot require them to be there. They can be anywhere that there's public land, anywhere that, and rest and camp and do these things. And this gives us the tools that law enforcement needs, and it also gives those that want that need and can benefit from it, the ability to benefit from it. But what they found, and what I've always found, is that there is a high percentage of these people that want no rules. They want to live under any control mechanism. But right now, we don't have the tools that law enforcement needs to help clean out our community encampments and reduce that problem that's out there in our communities. And this gives us a site. It's temporary. Hopefully within a short period, we have a much better site for this to be permanently housed, and then we can move off of the Williams Drive.
And so with that theory or mindset or process, you know, those 70% of the people that don't want to be in those encampments or in the pallet homes, they won't be going there anyway. So we'll kick them out of, you know, the Waldo encampment, and they'll just move down and start another encampment out of the light somewhere? Is that?
Can I just interject? I mean, we're really saying that these 70% don't want to be there. They're traumatized. These people are undergoing significant mental health traumas, right? Because they've been in a hyper awareness living on the streets. So to really put a percentage on it and to say that they don't want help, they don't know how to accept that help. And this is an opportunity for us to identify that, work with them, get them comfortable in getting the help. So I would hate to say that we're putting percentages on people and saying that they're just not going to take advantage. There is going to be that, right? That's human nature. We're going to have percentages. But I just think that we should have an opportunity to put something in place so that we can provide the services. So maybe we can reduce the stigmatism within the homeless population itself.
And with that, you know, the peer support mentors are a huge part of this, because we already have had, there's one that has been successfully hired for the county that was a woman who was in our transitional home. And when other people see her, it lets them know, wait a minute, I can do something. I can be a part because I'm uniquely qualified to help. The people who gather that garbage, I don't load that garbage. I have unhoused individuals load that garbage. And they're fighting to help me because they want to do better, and they're seeing there is an opportunity. They have a lack of trust for agencies, but they've seen that, you know what, we're not going away and we're going to help you no matter what. And when they see that, they want to give back.
Mr. Howard?
Yeah, no, I appreciate this. We've beat this for a long time, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I really appreciate Supervisor Wilson and the efforts that Supervisor Starkey have made to work with this ad hoc committee to get this ball rolling. Really appreciate your efforts too, because this really helps us deal with some of the legislation that came down last year with Care Court that we're going to have to deal with at one point or another. I understand Supervisor Borges' concern specifically with Williams Drive, but at this point, this is the first time, at least me on the board for the last 8 years, has seen a comprehensive plan to move this thing forward, to really specifically address homelessness, not only on a housing and shelter type need, but also on the wraparound services of, we oftentimes bat it around, but you call them navigational support, which I love that terminology, because that's what really they need. Supervisor Starkey's 100% right. You've mentioned it also. You know, once you're homeless, the odds of you getting back up on your feet are extremely low without some kind of support. And the number you threw out of the 25 and under age bracket of this population in Del Norte, that's just astounding to me. And I'm glad we have that number. It just, these are people that can be useful members of our society, given a hand up and not a hand out. So really appreciate the efforts to get this forward. The contract we have with you to help us really get out there and get these grants, I think is going to be huge for us. This is the active approach this county needs to address these issues head on. So really appreciate that, Ms. Ramsey. Daphne, you've been doing this a long time. Really, and your efforts have not gone unnoticed in this county.
Thank you.
Really appreciate all the support. Extremely supportive of this, and really appreciate the supervisor's times and helping to bring this forward to the board.
Thank you, Supervisor Howard. And thank you guys for coming to present. Allison, absolutely. Go right ahead.
Which wasn't exactly, we want, if all goes to plan, we get our grant proposal in by February 28th, which we're going to do. We get a big check for $7 or $8 million in June or July. We want to be able to start immediately. And so there's pre-development work that has to be done, permitting, looking at utilities, all of this kind of thing. We've been talking to some contractors. It's going to cost about $50,000 for the pre-development. We would love to have all of that done by June, so that when we get that money, we can immediately start. Pallet Homes has the shelters ready to go. So we could actually have this in place by the end of the summer, early fall, and I'm wondering if the county has $50,000 sitting somewhere that you might be able to put forward for these pre-development work.
Oh, boy.
Well, I don't think it's agendized today, so we certainly could bring this back at another time.
Right.
And I can put it in the budget for the grant too, so it could be reimbursed when we get the grant, I think. I'm not exactly sure about that, but I'd have to check. But I mean, I think, it's just a matter of timing, that we'd like to get this work done before the grant.
Would that be 50,000 in addition to what we supplied for the ad hoc to begin with?
That was 50,000 that was designated for the camp cleanups
Okay.
after people have left, is my understanding.
Okay.
Which is going to be down the road.
Okay.
That's correct.
So we could potentially use that money now and then have 50,000 in a grant that then is available for the cleanup.
Well, that's out of my wheelhouse. but-
Budget
Yeah.
jujitsu.
But we could definitely get that on a future agenda and talk about funding for that. And Supervisor Borges, you brought up some great points. Most of them had been discussed, that, there was concern that the new ag department is right there. The school is using those 2 trailers there. We do have the special purpose juvenile hall operations going on. So those things were definitely considered. The site, again, is not our number one pick. Our number one pick is 2 years down the road. So, but we feel that we need to jump on this funding opportunity. There's also the old juvenile hall that is right there, just adjacent to where the pallet homes were going to go. So we thought there's a possibility we could evaluate that. It's got a kitchen in it. It's got cells with bathrooms. We don't know what the potential is. I mean, we know there's potential, but we don't know if it's going to work out. But thank you for your concerns. Those have come up, and we're going to do our best to address them appropriately in this process.
With that, Chair, if I could make a motion that we authorize the Department of Health and Human Services to submit an application and receive funding from the Encampment Resolution Funding Program, and authorize the Director of Health and Human Services to sign any future documents for this grant as requested by the Director of Health and Human Services.
Very good. We've got a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Well, we'll move on to our comment period for this item. Is there any public comment in this regard? Yes.
Good morning again, Mr. Chairman, Board.
Morning.
I was absolutely delighted to hear this presentation. This is something I care very much about. I believe that homelessness is a challenge of this decade and the challenge of this generation. And before you, Joey, and you, Sheriff Wilson, are done with your second terms, we can solve this problem. The ladies that just spoke, Daphne and Allison, have some amazing ideas. And Supervisor Howard, the care court is part of it. The care court will provide the judicial interventions that will authorize law enforcement to do what they have to do. It will impose the conditions and restrictions upon the care court participants to be here and do this and stay away from there and don't do that. Now, I differ with the young ladies here in one significant area. I don't know where they went. Okay. I'd sure like to meet with them and anybody else. That is, and Lonnie is here. There's Lonnie. We'll hear from him in a few minutes. I have some thoughts for you, sir. We need to save that juvenile hall complex to set up a local care court. Get it away from the county hall of justice. Put it up there at the juvenile hall with its own courtroom its own classrooms, its own offices for staff. County council, public defender, whoever may be involved, can set up shop right there in the care court. You got a wonderful classroom up there. You have a kitchen. We can dovetail in some of the ideas that Daphne and Allison have with the care court. They can work together to solve the homeless problem. We can do it. I want to be part of that. Please let me help any way that I can. I ask from you how I can help. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just want to thank Mr. Borges for doing your due diligence and looking into this and asking questions. And thank you, Sheriff Wilson, for your input, because it is extremely valuable. And Ms. Starkey. We've been needing this a long time in our community. When I looked at the little pallet houses, or whatever they're supposed to be called, I kind of wonder how they're going to withstand 50-mile-an-hour winds, but, you know, I guess we'll come across that when that happens. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Brandon, I request that you do not authorize this shelter. It's a difficult issue. Of course, no one likes to see people suffering. I thought it was a very good presentation, and I admire their passion and their work. Thank you. I like the part about jobs and rules, you know, and activities and engaging people back in, giving back, you know, from people. Thank you. But this housing encampment is not in the best interest of the county or the county residents. It's detrimental to the greater good. Rules, you know, homeless individuals are a safety concern to themselves. We have a rule that you have to wear a seatbelt, right? Why do we do that? To protect them, to protect people in the car. There is a safety concern with them sleeping in bitter cold and rain. There is a safety concern for residents who have to interact with them. There's also environmental hazards that they're leaving behind. So yes, I agree. Let's start with some rules. We talk about solutions. Perhaps you could ask your old employer if they have any extra beds. They have facilities readily available. This money should be going to the Del Norte County Unified School District. Put it towards the Performing Arts Center, where it's going to make a positive difference and have solutions. Let's not deal with all these consequences. Let's have some rules. Let's empower the sheriff to enforce the rules. Please do not authorize this. And I do have a question, Ms. Ramsey. I'd like to know if you work for yourself and what's your business license number, or who you work for, and if you employ anyone who is related to an administrative official or a board member. Thank you.
Morning, Board. Lonnie Raymond, Chief Probation Officer. I have one request that I would be included in these discussions. The last communication I had regarding any of these homeless issues was April of 2021. I spoke with Pastor Gilport from the Episcopal Church, and she and I had a very robust and good conversation about the plans for what is now the pallet home, but the tiny home project. I do have concerns, but I think if it's implemented the way that it's laid out and planned, I think we can mitigate a lot of those. I don't want to be forgotten, because that piece of property that you're looking at, my department uses on a weekly basis. We offer programs and classes for our offenders, adult offenders in those classrooms, as well as training for my staff. The basketball courts I have less of a concern about. You know, it is county property, and you know, somebody falls and breaks an arm, it could be bad for us. I may or may not have seen kids using those courts, which I don't mind, but it is a concern. So I am intimately familiar with that piece of property, the uses of it on a regular basis, and would just ask to be included in those conversations. Thank you.
And I thought I responded to you, Lonnie, that you were going to be the guy. I was going to say, we thought once we started the conversations there that we should be included. That's why I asked who in your group would want to be that person, and you volunteered yourself, so I appreciate that.
Paul Dillard, county resident. Excuse me. I wish they hadn't left, because how big a piece?
They haven't.
Yeah, how big a piece of property are we talking about? Because that, as a citizen, you're out there looking, trying to help here and there. Are we talking a half acre, an acre, or more? How much do they know? I think that's one of the things we need to ask them. How big a property do they need? The other thing is you need to consider is the homeless want to be around the city, and now they want to be around Hambro because they recycle. So as far as one of the things you're proposing for juvenile hall, no. If the hall doesn't maintain a detention, then Lonnie's proposal is on the table for kids. I support that if it doesn't go to detention. You can't have these kids walking by a homeless encampment. That doesn't make sense. Some of them are running away from home, couch surfing. It's just like telling them, give them directions to where they can live. They're victims then. I can't support that. And your proposal, sir, not to be disrespectful, that court care, we're so far out and really getting the money in. The way I read it, and I may be wrong, they put it in 2 counties. When they signed it in September, they said they put it in 2 counties this year, and they look at the other counties. But when you read it, it's a great thing, but it's a half thing. It doesn't provide the funding. We don't have the counselors. We don't have the psychs. It's never going to work. But to do what you're saying is to say kids don't matter, homeless matter, and I'm going to fight that one because I'm here for kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I think we're probably looking at half acre at most, Paul, just answering your question. It's not a... Yeah. Any other public comment? Got anybody online, Kylie? Okay. We'll bring it back to the board. We have a motion and a second. Kylie, would you pull the vote, please?
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
No.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. With that, it's 12:14. We've been at this a little over 2 hours. I'm going to have us stand in recess for the next 6 minutes. We'll reconvene at 12:20.
So much for that lunch. What's up, John? Nah. Why are you bringing yourself to endure this? Hey.
It is 12:20. If we could call this meeting back to order, please. Ladies and gentlemen, if we could call this meeting back to order, please. No kidding. Do I get to hit the gavel? The gravel. Okay, next we're going to take up our two urgency items. We will begin with the first one, approve and authorize the chair to sign the letter of support for the Del Norte County Recreation and Parks District Infrastructure Improvement Program application. Yes, thank you, Supervisor Starkey. Supervisor Howard?
Motion to approve.
We have a motion. Do we
I'll
have a
second
second? And we have a second. Do we have any public comment on this item?
Darn it, I wasn't prepared. I should have had my song ready. I'll have it ready for the next agenda item. I was just curious as to what the letter said that you're going to approve. Do you guys have the letter? Or is it drafted? Oh. Appreciate that.
Is there any other public comment on the support letter for grant?
I'll just read this out loud, since no one really knows what it is. I'm sorry. Del Norte County is extremely rural and in a remote part of the state that has been subject to many emergencies. We're still in one. Or how many are we in? We're in two, right? A state. Oh, wow. I'm tired of seeing the word emergency, crisis. You guys created it. Your liberal agenda, Mr. Howard. Let's see what it says. The buildings and grounds located on the fairgrounds property have been used for shelter, emergency training, staging areas for wildlife fires, evacuation zones, community gathering, host of other events. The central location of these facilities is ideal. Who came up with the ideal game plan there? No one on this board. No, I'm just sorry. That was not nice. These buildings must be brought up to code. Yeah, that does sound like an emergency. What have you been doing? You're getting long-winded, Mr. Howard. You keep talking about the same things. Yeah, we've been talking about homeless for a long time. You've been directing all your resources there, hiring more. Let the DHHS employees attract our sheriff's department employees because they make more. Do you want a fraud investigator or another sheriff on the road? Your policy. Be accountable. Urgency item. Just do not approve this because it is not urgent. It's routine business that you have neglected. If you want to make an urgent item, make it your leadership and lack thereof.
I think this is important, and I support it. I don't know how much money they're going to get, but I do know that the fairgrounds are in grave disrepair in some areas, so thank you for this attention.
Thank you for that. Any other public comment? So we'll close the public comment period. Supervisor Borges, you
So
have
just to clarify this, and to understand it properly, this is just us supporting the fairgrounds in their application of buildings. That's correct?
That is correct.
They're the ones applying for a grant to improve their buildings. It's just showing us supporting them in it.
that we're supporting in that application. The urgency for this item, the reason it gets put on the agenda as an urgency item, again, is that it came to the board after the posting of this agenda, and it needs action prior to the next scheduled board meeting. We have a letter right in front of us. You just gave it to you. Okay, Kylie, will you pull the vote, please?
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. Am I going to get found it. Oh, there she is. Okay, next we'll take up urgency item number 2, approve and adopt a resolution adopting the 2022-2030 housing element and adopting the addendum to the 2009-2014 negative declaration as requested by Heidi. There she is.
Thank you all for adding this morning. This is the last thing I had planned for this to happen. I am extremely sorry. However, we were led to believe one thing by the program folks from the PLHA grants, that if they received a certain piece of documentation from HCD by the 13th of February, that would allow them to move forward with authorizing or, allowing the grant to move forward. And then it would allow us to still have the board consider the adoption of the housing element on February 28th. Well, we received the letter that we were expecting from HCD on the 9th. DHHS staff immediately sent it to the PLHA staff, went back and forth, and essentially they wouldn't honor their original statement, and they're saying that we have to have an adopted housing element and we have to have the full compliance letter from HCD. The date that has to be received is February 28th, which coincides with our next board meeting. So in order for DHHS to remain eligible for the PLHA funding, we need to consider it today. But I would like to say that the housing element the revised public hearing draft has been posted on the county's website since January 31st, 2023, which resulted in some changes from the January 24th version that you saw, but included in that revision, there was also a sheet that was prepared that noted the comments that were made by HCD. None of them were major comments, as we expected. Just some of the things were very agreeable to us. They were things we already do, but it may require, adding additional language to our code. I'm available to answer any questions, and our consultant is also available if you have any.
Very good. Any questions or comments?
No, I'd move to approve the Del Norte County adopting the 2022 through 2030 housing element and adopting the addendum to the 2009 through 2014 negative declaration.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
I will second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any public comment on this item?
This just goes to illustrate the lack of policy and forethought and plan that the county has. I mean, we need to focus our attention on what really matters. And those solutions, I keep saying we're dealing with consequences. It's very true. We're attracting more consequences. I just don't like, and Heidi does an amazing job. The county is lucky to have her. But I just don't understand why this is all of a sudden urgent. I went to the Planning Commission where they talked about this, and the contractors and the people on that board had serious reservations about approving this. In fact, they couldn't even draft their own motion. It was a well-drafted motion, but it was drafted by Ms. Kunstler. So I just ask that before you approve this, to ask the Planning Commission for their approval. Thank you.
Any other public comment? Hey, Heidi, if you would poll the vote, please. Jeez. We're talking about Heidi.
Yeah.
Heidi, would you step up and poll the vote?
Bottom two.
How about Kylie?
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. Thank you, Kylie. Okay, now let's move to our consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve consent and a second. We do have one item that needs slight correction. I believe it's item number 11. I'm looking for your paper, Kylie.
Sir, I have it here if you want me to read it.
I got it here. I found it. Consent item number 11, the final paragraph on the letter needs to be corrected from Yurok Tribe to the Elk Valley Rancheria. Are you agreeable with that correction, Mr. Howard?
I am.
Supervisor Starkey?
Chair, I also have a correction to make.
Oh.
Item number 4, the conflict of interest code. On page 7 of Appendix A, it says lieutenant, and it should say captain because we changed those job titles.
That's right. The sheriff did make those changes. Thank you for that. You still agreeable, Mr. Howard?
I am.
And
I am.
Supervisor Starkey, thank you. Do we have any public comment on the consent agenda?
I think you know I'm willing to argue on about everyone, but I'll try to be respectful of our time. I do have a correction to number 1, the minutes. If I could also pull number 4 and number 11, please. Thank you.
I just want to remind you, the people of the state do not yield their sovereignty to the agencies which serve them. The people in delegating authority do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is good for them not to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments they have created, that be you guys. With that said, I did notice 7 items on the consent agenda that I felt should have been placed on a regular agenda. Number 3, number 4, number 5, I'm wondering if that's in conflict with AB 1887. Number 7, number 8, number 9, and 10. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other public comment? Yeah. Nobody online, Kylie? Okay, I'll close public comment. If you would pull the vote, please.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. Okay, we'll move on to our regular general government items. Take up item number 17, approve and authorize the county engineer to execute agreements with Pacific Power for materials, installation, and maintenance of streetlights at 3 locations, not to exceed $2,566 for installation of all 3 and $15 per month per light for power and light maintenance as requested by the county engineer.
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
And I would second that gladly.
Got a motion to approve and a second. Mr. Bieber, it is not public comment time.
On each of those reports, there is an option to say no. Request this board consider your constituents, not just county employees.
Mr. Bieber, it is not public comment time. You're disrupting this meeting. If you would take your seat, please.
Threatening to arrest me enough time.
I agree.
They're threatening to arrest my kids. There is no doubt your health ordinance that threatens to arrest people for not wearing a mask.
Mr. Bieber, you will be removed from this room if you do not cease disrupting this meeting. And I'm asking you to take your seat.
I'm asking you to respect the Constitution of the United States. To respect your Pledge of Allegiance.
Sheriff Scott, will you remove this man from the room, please?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Mr. Olson, would you mind giving us a rundown of what you got here, please.
Sure. Thank you for having me this morning, or this afternoon. Back in November, there was a request from the Board of Supervisors to look at installation of some street lighting at some specific locations. One of those was Inyo and Washington. In addition to those, we looked around the community, and there were a couple of other locations where we thought that lights would be a good help, just as either navigational aid or where we've had a number of like property damage type collisions that don't always get reported. So with that, we're looking at installation of lights at Washington Boulevard in Inyo, Elk Valley Road in Howland Hill, and Elk Valley Crossroad and Lake Earl Drive. And I could show you exactly which poles those are going on if it's your desire.
I did bring this up to you, and the one request for the Washington and Inyo piece was brought to us by Janine Thompson, and she lives on Napa, and has noted that the group mailbox there at Napa in Washington has been ran over a few times,
Okay.
or a couple of times. So I brought you my concern that slight little S curve there, if we were to put a light there at Inyo and Washington, would that increase that kind of darkening, that dusk time darkening of that S curve, rather than putting it somewhere over closer to Napa? And I was just wanting to see what the board and you thought of that.
We could certainly add an additional light there, or just ask Pacific Power to, instead of stalling it exactly at Washington and Inyo, to move it over towards Napa. There's a couple of other pole locations. One of those is right over top of that community mailbox.
Which would solve some of our mail theft problems too. What was attractive to me for that one location is there's a crosswalk there, and I believe there's been 2 or 3 collisions of people running that stop sign. So for me, right there at that intersection really made sense to be lit up, given the fact that people from the high school are walking home, and there's creatures that live in some of these wooded areas that come out. And so I really felt like it was necessary to light up that intersection. But I am just excited that it's going to be lit up, and if we could light up the mailboxes in the interim as well, that's something that kill 2 birds with 1 stone, so to speak.
Okay.
If a fourth location, which would obviously change the dollar figure, was desirable, would we need to re-agendize that for a fourth piece, Joel, or could we add to this item?
I think you could add it. It's same agreement, just at another location. I think that works.
I would propose that would be desirable, to have a light at both the Inyo intersection, and I believe the pole is down Inyo Street 100 feet or so.
It is.
So I think it'd be desirable to have a pole at the Napa Street and the Inyo Street location, if that's agreeable to the board.
I'd move to amend my motion to consider Chairman Short's proposal for a 4th light.
Thank you.
And I will second that.
Very good.
And then I would just request that we up the dollar amount by $1,000, not to exceed.
Not to exceed $3,566. Agreeable to that? Mr. Howard and Ms. Starkey?
I am.
Thank you very much. Any other comments to the board?
Yeah. Why did we pick the Napa intersection?
It was brought to our attention by Janine Thompson, who lives on Napa, and has noted that when you're coming from the west, heading east during the dark hours with the light of town out in front of you, it's really, really dark in that intersection. A couple of cars have lost control and wiped out the mailboxes there at that corner. So she asked that we consider putting in a light there. So that's why it came forward.
Is that going to potentially open up a can of worms where we light up every mailbox?
I think where we can identify that there's a safety problem with vehicle accidents, as there has been here, I think we could probably pretty confidently consider that.
I would offer up another solution also in addition is that in community areas where folks want to have street lighting, they can contact Pacific Power. If it's within our right of way, most likely Pacific Power is going to want to know, hey, county, are you okay with these installations? Some of the concerns are that people often bring up are dark skies, right? That's kind of the counter to street lighting, or just folks don't like them, or it shines in their window at night and they can't sleep. So there are some cons to those things also. But I think that community members can make those types of requests, and we could work with them, and then it wouldn't even necessarily have to come out of the county coffers. So.
Okay, thank you, John. Is there any public comment on this item? Come right ahead.
So you're adding a fourth one, is that right? Okay, but where's that going?
At the corner of Napa and Washington.
And is the cost going to increase?
Yes.
So what's the cost going to be?
Mr. Olson asked for an additional $1,000, so not.
Oh, he just asked for additional $1,000?
Yes.
And, okay. So that's how cheap it is to install lights?
When there's an existing pole, yeah, it's pretty easy. And there is at both of those.
Well, then they should have them all over. But, you know, I mean, we had 30 lights out in the city limits this past month, which was outrageous. But now I drove downtown and it was like, wow, you can see. So I'm for lights. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Okay, I'll close the public comment period. Kylie, will you pull the vote, please?
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. Okay, item number 18, approve and authorize the chair to sign professional services contracts for on-call architectural, engineering, forestry, and related professional services as requested by the Assistant County Administrative Officer.
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Is there any public comment on this item? Nobody online, Kylie? Okay, seeing no public comment, we'll close the public comment period. If you would pull the vote.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. Okay, item number 19, approve and authorize the update of the administrative manual as requested by the Assistant County Administrative Officer. Any comments from the board? You want to wait till after public comment?
I'll just say, my only concern is that I'm absolutely 100% okay with adding the Rosenberg's rules, clarifying the technical advisory committees, but adding the flexibility for legislative comment letters, I'm not as comfortable with that. I feel that, you know, while if it's within the legislative platform, it's something that obviously we're going to, but sometimes there's the devil in the details. And so I just want to make sure that when we're writing letters of either opposition or support, is that we've had an opportunity to review that, especially if that's going to be signed by the chair. I guess I should have led with that. Who's going to be signing those letters?
First of all, thank you for the support on the other pieces of this item. What we tried to do is to consolidate, you know, a couple different pieces into one, so that way it can be kind of taken up as a collective piece since it all affects our administrative policies. Specifically on the legislative issues, it really is a matter of timing. What we oftentimes find, particularly late in the legislative cycle, is we just don't have time. A bill may be working its way through committees, it's going to go to a floor vote, and, you know, we want to convey whatever the position of the county is as clearly and as effectively as we can early in that process. And so kind of tying this to the legislative platform, that is a policy document adopted by the Board of Supervisors. The intent is, again, to be able to articulate whatever the position of the county is on any number of different issues that may arise. The question of timeliness on those specific bills, whenever a comment letter is requested to be acted on sooner, has to do with the pre-approval through the legislative platform. So the board has articulated and approved a legislative position specific to an issue that, because of the timeliness of, has to be delegated to the appointing authority of the department who has responsibility for whatever that issue is to go ahead and sign. So what we've proposed is the hopeful solution to this issue, and it's a real issue, is again conferring the authority to the department that oversees the issue to go ahead and sign the letter, and then the letter would come back to the board for review by the board after, admittedly, it already has been signed. This has come up on numerous occasions over the years. It really is just a matter of, whenever an issue needs to be acted on, there may not be an opportunity before the board can convene to take that up.
Okay. So if the issue is within DHHS, we're saying that DHHS can sign they're the authority. They're going to write the letter, sign the letter, and then send the letter, and then it'll come to us to review the letter.
Yes, exactly.
I still take issue with
Sure,
that.
that's fair.
No, I appreciate you spelling that out, Randy. In my last 8 years, this has occurred quite a bit when legislative issues, whether it's on the federal, state level, have come to our attention just before a board meeting, and we've got 15 days to react. The board approves it and gets it there in time. I could count on at least 12 occasions in my last 8 years where we've had to do this in a timely factor. It goes to the question you asked earlier, specific to the salmon issue. How quickly we respond to a petition that's being heard within a 30-day period in this case. So my hope is that with this approval of the legislative platform, it gives this board enough comfort to move forward with these kind of actions.
Yeah, and that was my takeaway from this is that it only allows those directors or those boards or the CAO to take action based on what has been already pre-established as our legislative platform. Without that, they can take no action. So I'm supportive of the action because I too have run afoul of many of these requests and demands or emergency requests for support on these legislative issues because they can hit you all at once. Very surprisingly, they're suddenly up for a vote and there's no way that you're going to get it before the board in that 2-week span. So yeah.
Yeah, and I just to kind of echo what others have said, I would not have been in agreement with this had it not been for that last sentence that reads, letters transmitted shall be required to be presented at the next possible regular session of the Board of Supervisors. So we will be seeing those letters, and I'm comfortable that they will align with our legislative platform as well. So, did I do public comment already? I did not do public comment. Let's open this item up for public comment, please. Any public comment on this matter? Nobody online? We'll close public comment at this time. If you would poll the vote. Public comment is not open at this time, and you have been removed from this meeting. Public, there's no public comment. Kylie, will you please poll the vote, please?
Chair, I don't have a motion or a second on the, that I'm
Well, I
aware
guess
of.
we kind of need that. Sorry.
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Howard.
Second that.
We have a motion and a second. Now would you please poll the vote?
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Starkey?
No.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. Okay, item 20, approve and adopt a resolution of the Delaware County Board of Supervisors declaring a shelter crisis as requested by County Council.
Yeah, so this is actually kind of a necessary step for those pallet houses because I don't think the building code would let you live in those otherwise. And so this also gives the board a CEQA exemption for the acquisition of land, a little bit of immunity for some negligence. It lasts a couple of years. There's expectation the government or the governor will extend it if the time comes. But it's just a helpful tool that lets us address the encampments a little more easily.
Very good. Thank you, Joel. Is there
How
any-
long does the shelter crisis remain in effect?
I can't remember exactly how often we renew it. It's either 30 or 60 days we review them. I think it's 60. And so it'll just kind of come back and the board will say, yeah, we still have one or not. Otherwise, it'll last until, I think it's January 1st, 26.
And I see it doesn't have the point in time count. Do we know what that is yet?
I don't know if that's final, no.
I don't think they finalized it yet.
Yeah, those numbers need to be finalized by HUD, and we typically get them around March, April. So our preliminary numbers are significantly higher than our previous count.
Okay, is there any public comment on this item? Nobody online, seeing no public, or I'll close public comment then and entertain a motion.
I motion to approve that we adopt a resolution for the Del Norte County Board of Supervisors declaring a shelter crisis as requested by County Council.
We have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Kylie, will you please poll the vote?
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. And I was about to skip you, Lonnie, but now that you're back, we'll move to 21, receive a juvenile hall update by the Chief Probation Officer.
Afternoon, I almost said morning. I do have a couple slides just as notes to walk through where we're at currently with hall and detention right now. So first is current housing of youth. Currently we have 7 in custody, and those are split between Humboldt County. There's currently 4 in Humboldt County and 3 in Shasta County. Humboldt County approved the MOU. The board did last Tuesday, and so on the 9th, we actually transferred a few of those youth that had court hearings, brought them here for their hearings from Shasta, and then transferred them to Humboldt County. That's going well. The challenge we're going to have with Humboldt, they're also, although a larger county than us, generally speaking, it's a fairly small hall in comparison to a lot of the counties in the state. Capacity is always going to be a question, always going to be something we have to navigate through with them, and that is both going to be in terms of their bed space as well as staffing. They are struggling with staffing like many counties are across the state. So as we have youth that need to be detained and long-term and worked with, we're going to have to navigate through that with Humboldt County. Our preference is always going to be to use them if needed. We can house in Shasta, but that presents logistical challenges. Transports right now are 10+ hours. Driving, you pick kids up, process them in, get them here early for court, things like that. So we're making it work, and we have been since December, but that is a challenge. By the end of the week, we anticipate that there'll be 5 youth in custody, depending on what the courts do. We have court hearings today and Thursday as well, and we would anticipate a couple youth being released, and so it's very possible that all our youth in custody will be in Humboldt County by the end of the week. That's our hope, but much depends on what the judges say. Coordination with partners, that is coordination between us and the courts. I'm going to be having some conversations with the judges regarding scheduling court hearings. There are some weeks when we have court, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and that's extremely challenging. And it's not always within the court's control either. So we'll have those conversations again with the court to try and consolidate court hearings, make that flow as seamless as it can be. Coordinating with medical, behavioral health, Child welfare, a number of youth that we have are dual status youth, so they're both in the delinquency system as well as the dependency system. And sometimes when those youth are detained, child welfare has hooks in those kids as well, has interests in how those cases are being handled, and so coordination with them is important as well. Current staffing. Our recruitments are ongoing. They have never ceased. Our last DPO recruitment ended last week. We had 4 applicants, 2 of whom declined to show up for panel interviews. One of whom was scheduled for panels didn't show up, and then the one who interviewed after panels said that they were not interested in completing the training requirements if they were hired. So this last round of DPO applicants washed out. The JCO interviews are happening today. They started at 9 o'clock, so I'm sure they're finished by now. We had 9 applicants. Only 3 confirmed that they were going to show up today for panels, so we'll see what the outcome of that is. And currently in support services, we have 2 legal clerks that are actually in background. So we got through interviews with them. We're running backgrounds, and hopefully in the next several weeks we can complete those and get legal clerks in the door to help on the support services side. Staff impacts, particularly juvenile hall. It's challenging. Right now, the uncertainty of what is going to happen with juvenile hall has a direct impact on staff morale. They show up every day, they do the job that's asked of them, but it is definitely challenging to maintain a good mindset. One of the things that we are struggling with is workload, because as they've gone through and done those tasks that got pushed to the wayside because they were running custody and struggling to do that with the staff they have, they've gone through and completed redaction of records, deep facility clean, things like that. We have staff that are working transports, and that soaks up some of that time, but we are struggling to make sure that they have work that's beneficial to the department and the county when they're on shift. And we will roll them into other probation operations as we can. These are sworn peace officers, and so they have a vast array of capabilities and abilities to do all sorts of different things. But this is new territory for all of us, and so we're sometimes hitting it and a lot of times misstepping as we try and figure out what that transition looks like, how to keep them busy, and give them work that's meaningful and purposeful. Both of those things work to, morale is tough. It boils down to the workload, the uncertainty of status, and the schedule is a big thing that we're struggling through with the union. We set up a schedule to operate from Friday night until Tuesday afternoon, based on the numbers and statistics of bookings that we've had from outside agencies, those that we can't control. The weekends are the highest likelihood of having those bookings come in and occur. So that's why we scheduled it that way. What that means is that all the staff that work in juvenile hall are working every weekend, Saturday, Sunday. They have 3 days off a week, which is awesome, but they're working every weekend, and that can't help but have some impact. We've been talking with the union about that, talking internally about that. I'm looking for compelling reasons to shift that schedule, but thus far I can't justify that. And so we're struggling through those and having ongoing conversations regarding that. And one of the challenges with that special purpose and operating on that schedule, it's just not sustainable. That's why you don't see another county in the state of California operating a special purpose facility all the time. They've certified facilities as special purpose, and they have them and maintain them there to be able to open and detain youth when necessary. But there is not a county in the state that operates a special purpose continually. And again, going back to uncertainty on what's going to happen with the hall, that's a cyclical thing that is directly affecting how we're trying to navigate through and how staff are feeling about that. And last point I'll make as an update, cost of operations for the county. I went back and looked at our end of year for the fiscal years 2021 and 21-22 to get an idea of what the cost was. You can see there what the net county cost was and what the outgoing bed day rate based on what our bed days were for those years equal out to be. We're going through the mid-year budget process right now, and we're estimating that we'll be at 1.28 million net county cost for the juvenile hall by the end of the year. Based on that projection, $115 a bed day on top of that for custody contracts, averaging 4 bed days, or 4 bed days at each day. So 4 youth in custody on average throughout the entire rest of the year. That adds about 80 grand on top of our cost. And so that's pushing our bed day rate up if you break that down into just the custody aspect rather than any programmatic aspect or anything else that we're doing. And that's my update. I wanted to keep you apprised of where we're at, what's going on, the challenges that we're facing. So if you have any questions, I'm willing to take them.
Any questions from the board?
I mean, I guess I do. So you're saying that staff is having some difficulty on the weekends, not really having too much to do. Can they begin developing some of those programs that you are hoping to implement? Should the hall close permanently? Can they start, like, you know, brainstorming on what sort of programming that would replace that?
Yeah, and we've actually had some of those conversations with staff about starting programs on weekends, so a Saturday. One of my guys he's trained in the Paxton Patterson physical skills, building skills program.
Nice.
And so we're chatting about when we could actually pull that off. He's on graveyard. And so kind of looking at his schedule and whether we have him come in early, whether we have him do it in the evening starting at 6 when he comes on, something like that. So we have MRT that staff have done. They've run art, anger replacement therapy. They've done the forward thinking journal program and know how to facilitate those. And so we're looking at how we implement those across the board over those weekends and try and plug kids into those as we're operating right now.
Or at least get the staff trained up in performing those during this time, right?
Yeah.
It is a transition time. And it's also an opportunity, and I know it's weekend, so it's kind of difficult, is to get all your STC training done. I mean, that would be an excellent opportunity because they're required to do 40 hours of STT training a year.
Right.
So that would be an ideal time for us to utilize this transition period to get that up.
Yeah, and I know Jordan has scheduled, I think it was this last Saturday, there were either 2 or 3 that went to the youth mental health first aid treatment training. We've done that in the past alongside with the school district. It's an awesome training and it's been several years, and so we had a couple folks scheduled to attend that. We've already accomplished some of our hours for the year in STC, and we can do online. We have done online. It has its pluses and its minuses. So if we can get in person and stuff like that, and we have that scheduled, then I like to do those too.
You guys are speaking probation.
I know,
What
we're
is
talking
what is
probation.
STC?
STC is standard training.
In corrections.
In corrections.
Very good.
So it's the corrections equivalent of post-training for police and sheriffs.
Yeah, and every employee is mandated to do 40 hours a week. And then the Friday, the Tuesday afternoon, I know it's not ideal for staff. What if you had a booking like on a Wednesday? What happens there is just to kind of make sure I understand. And then I have one more comment after that.
So we have a booking that comes in middle of the week when we're not operating. That custody is transferred from law enforcement to us, just like it normally would be. We bring that youth in, and we're still using the booking area of the hall for that whole process. And so we bring them in, we do our intake, and so we ask all those questions that we're required to ask and run through that process with the youth, notify parents. Because we were using Shasta at the time, it was just Shasta, and so we would put together the packet of information that they need to go with the youth and make sure that gets sent off, and we transport that kid out.
Okay.
Now it's going to be Humboldt, takes first place in that process. If for some reason they say they can't take a youth, then we'll have to adjust midstream and get them to Shasta most likely. But the same process will apply, whether it's midday, middle of the night, we've had both of those so far.
So I'm a super huge crime junkie, but I read the call logs almost every day. And I just want to commend you. I've noticed that probation is going out for field visits, and it seems like that's happening. So hopefully we're freeing you up to be able to have that other end, to be going out and doing that community supervision.
Yeah.
Again, it seems like it's been happening more and more often.
Yeah, we're definitely trying. It's still a struggle. I mean, as you saw with staffing, we're hurting on the probation side too. But they're trying to get out. My truancy officers, I mean, that's the whole job. And so she's out making contacts on a regular basis every day and just keeps in touch and lets everybody know where she's at.
Any other comments for Lonnie?
I had a question. The Humboldt Juvenile Hall, what's the size of it? And then it appears we have kind of an uptick in juveniles in custody. What's the reason for that, or is that just the cycle?
So size of Humboldt, I don't know off the top of my head. I know they just opened their new facility, so they actually built a new juvenile hall on the same property, and they didn't increase bed space. I want to say it was somewhere in the 24 to 30 bed range for their juvenile hall. I'd have to go back and double check specifics to give you the actual number. So they're operating their new facility, and as far as uptick on our side and bookings, we've had a number of kids that have been on warrant that have been picked up. We've had a number of youth, one youth that was actually out of county and ran from placement. When that happens, a warrant issues for their arrest, and they finally turned up. There are, I think there's one currently in post-disposition, so he's been through the court process. The court said he's going to remain detained for a specific amount of time. He's actually coming back and going to be discharged over this weekend. He's coming to the end of his time in custody. It varies up and down. That's why we use averages for average bed day rate. There have been times we had no kids in custody when we were running 24/7. Didn't happen very often, but it would tick down, and we'd have 1 in custody, 2 in custody, 1 in custody, 4 in custody, none in custody, 8 all of a sudden. It seems to come in waves, just like anything, and it's hard to predict and hard to manage. When it ticks up so quickly, it demands a lot to try and do those deal with those logistical issues, figure out what's going to happen with those kids, because there's a lot of processes on the court side, even the probation side. If there are kids already, there's a lot that goes into how we get those kids from the moment they're arrested to some kind of outcome, whether it's the court continuing to detain because court processes are ongoing, or some kind of decision on what's going to happen with that youth and then get them out of custody eventually. So a very ambiguous answer to a very specific question. I'm sorry.
Lonnie, you mentioned art and journaling. What other programs you got going on?
I'd have to hit up Tammy for the whole list. Tammy Sweeney's my program coordinator. She's got probably 20 to 30 different programs that we have on a list. She's been doing moral recognition therapy with kids for quite some time. Our hall staff are also trained in that, a couple of them at least. Art is something that they've done in the hall, anger replacement therapy. She's run the journaling programs. Forward Thinking it's a cognitive behavioral therapy program that they kind of plug into different journals dealing with different aspects. So you have one on substance abuse, you have one on family relationships, you have one on peer relationships. So you can work your way, depending on the needs of that kid, you can work your way through those different journals to address those. And those are so flexible, you can use those in a couple different ways. You can use them in groups, you can do it as a one-off. Here, I want you to fill this out and come back and talk to me about it. Paxton Patterson has been a Fits and Starts program for us for years. We struggled to get that one up and going because it is an out-of-custody program, and we've always trained our custody staff to do it because we wanted them to be able to take the youth out of the institution and do it off-site. That's always been a struggle for timing and scheduling and what kids are using it. but that one's there and available too. I can definitely send you a list.
Yeah, if you would have her send me a list of
Absolutely.
schedules, I would appreciate that.
Totally.
Just know what's going on in there. But
Yeah, I would love that list as well, and the schedule. So just so I know that the MRT and the art and the journal program those are all regular routine programs that was being offered to youth on probation, and there's a schedule for that.
MRT, well, most of the scheduling happened with Jordan for the facility operations, and he was pulling in other folks as well. I know that in the past we have done MRT, but that is also kind of a cyclical thing, so it'll work through, and it's like an ongoing program. So if you're in there for 12 weeks and you're done, then you roll out of the program, all other youth backfill. And running those programs on both sides of the door, both in custody and out of custody, has always been a challenge. And so I can't say for certain, what we have been able to do consistently, but I can definitely give you the schedules that we have put in place, the list of programs that we do have on board that we could get up and running. Going off the top of my head, I know Tammy's done individual MRT for her kids out of custody. I can't remember the name of it, there's a specific program for girls, and she's done that. That's a one-on-one thing for her, and so when those cases have popped up, she has done that too. I'd have to go back to my notes and look at what she's told me. I'm sorry.
You can't remember everything.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Raymond. Appreciate your presentation. Is there? Yes, Mr. Wilson.
Yeah, so the only comment I have, Lonnie, is I know I talked with you, I talked with Otter's office. You had approximately 48 hours of in-custody monitoring of us over this last month, over January. Our costs operationally for just personnel salaries was $36,500. Fully loaded, we're spending $82,000 in personnel costs at the hall currently under the current configuration, that's 96 hours for 48 hours of custody monitoring. And again, this is not an efficient use of our county dollars. We need to look at, hopefully down the line, closing this facility and then repurposing our personnel to back into probation to where when we do have a need to place an individual juvenile in custody, we can assess the personnel to move into that custodial framework at the hall. But in the meantime, they can be utilized productively in probation, because right now, other than the 48 hours when they're actually monitoring, they're just sitting around and making busy work. And that is not an appropriate utilization of personnel. It's just not. And we've got to find a better way, a better solution to this, that when we do have that 48 hours, that we can shift personnel into that monitoring at the hall, because 33 of those hours were actually sentenced individual into the weekends. So, I mean, we have to find a more dollar efficient way of managing and doing juvenile justice, because right now this is pouring a lot of money down the toilet and not serving in the best financial way. If we can give that personnel a shift so that they're being more productive in the field, whether it's truancy, whether it's warrant service, whether it's probation, knock and talks, whatever it is, and then increasing our programming so that juveniles that we do have that need programming can be programmed in, maybe utilization, we talked about this, utilization of that facility for programming, and having those juveniles that are on probation being programmed in that facility, despite the fact that, so we can make some utilization of it. Because we still have to process out of that facility. It's much more convenient to do that. You can't do it through the jail. So we still got to process through it. And then when we do have a custody, like the gentleman from the juvenile that we had to hold for 16 hours, we have that ability to move personnel to cover that period of time necessary and needed to hold the juvenile until disposition is determined. I think that's a better alternative than what we're currently doing, because at this rate, I mean, I don't know what I would do sitting in a facility for that long without having a ward to actually monitor and just play solitaire. You know, but there's got to be something better for the amount of personnel and the cost associated. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Raymond. Is there any public comment on this presentation? Good afternoon.
Hi. Norma Williams, Chapter President, Delaware County Employees Association, SEIU 1021, who happens to represent the JCOs, who don't think that they would appreciate being reduced to dollars and cents, let alone dollars and cents that you flush down the toilet. I find that rather rude and disconcerting. I do echo what the chief did present, though. I have spoken with staff, that was several weeks ago, and did have a meeting with the chief and county administration about it, actually with HR, to voice some of their concerns and complaints. Yeah, in terms of the special purpose scheduling, they don't like it. They never have. I know he doesn't feel that their concerns or complaints are justified. Maybe I misinterpreted what he said. But it's something that they didn't like, and I can understand that. And yes, they did mention the fact that there are many times when they don't have a ward there to look after, and they're trying to find something to do. And I do agree that, yes, they are scrambling, and yes, morale is low. But that's mainly the chief complaint isn't against the chief. It isn't really against the facility manager. Their complaint is with you. It really is with you. Now, I know that Supervisor Borges and Supervisor Wilson, you weren't here last year when the chief presented his recommendation on October 11th. But the union and the employees have been waiting since the end of September, still waiting since October 11th for you to finally make up your mind. 3 of you have read this. You said at that time you had personnel issues and matters to do with the chief, whatever. Well, I'm concerned about the people that you've labeled dollars and cents. There are people behind those dollars and cents. People that are members of this community. They need to know what you intend to do with the hall. And mind you, you close it, it changes the contract. You change their duties, you change their classification, you possibly may change their salary. And that's where I come in. And trust me, the union is not just going to make this a walk in the park, because we're going to make sure that we advocate for each and one of those people. They're people. They're not dollars and cents.
Is there any other public comment?
Yeah, I don't have anything exciting today, Paul, Dillard Juvenile Justice. I would request a copy of that report that you presented to the board, Lonnie. The other thing is that she's right. We've been playing it from the 11th. But what have we changed in how we're trying to do this? I look in the paper, there's no ads for corrections officer or probation. You can go on the website. What about the people who don't have that to know to go on the website? You know, we need to advertise. I said before, people are reluctant because on June of 21, we sent a very definite message that we wanted to close it. You know, we have done nothing different and expect a whole bunch of change in juvenile hall. Lonnie says that he's interviewed, they either wash out, they don't show up. I'm not here to argue with him, but that's been the same thing. That's why you haven't got it. You know, they either show up, the reputation is they show up and they get washed out at the interview. But I'm not here to doubt that. You kind of spurred me. I understand bean counting, but yeah, okay, that's cool. She understands people. I understand potential. The population has gone up, what was it, 8? 7? I got 33 in the pipeline. 33 in the pipeline, of which 11 they're pending, and 2 pending the court. 3 are in the middle of the process. 8 have been referred to the DA, and there's 2 that have been sent back to law enforcement. What happens just by chance? 30 of that 33 get placed in Humboldt and Shasta. I can tell you, transporting gets tiresome. I've done it. Gets wore out. Burn out car, burn out people. We don't have straight roads in either direction. I'm just asking, I'm not advocating, hey, do the money. I'm looking to the future. We eventually going to need a juvenile hall. Law enforcement managers tell me they could fill the hall, but they got to get through the chief to fill the hall, because he has the power, yes, no, you know, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, but I heard that a drunk youth took a swing at the sheriff, okay, and there's been others have assaults in our schools, and they didn't want to book them. I got my 3 minutes. You don't have to take me out of here.
Thank you, Paul. Is there any other public comment? Okay. Move on in our agenda to budget transfers. We have quite a list. First, we have approve and adopt budget transfer 01-06, the amount of $24,000 within the department allotment and special department expenses line items of the flood control district budget unit for the emergency lining of a failed culvert as requested by the county engineer. Item 23 is transfer 01-08 in the amount of $30,000 between the Title III and administration budgets as requested by the Assistant County Administrative Officer. Transfer 01-11 in the amount of $28,000 within the miscellaneous revenue and expenditures budget unit and the Agricultural Commission budget unit to pay for the relocation and furnishing of the new Agricultural Department office as requested by the Agricultural Commissioner. Transfer 02-02 in the amount of $35,000 from the miscellaneous revenues and expenditures budget unit to the Treasurer's budget unit to allow for the purchase of a new vehicle as requested by the Treasurer. Transfer 02-03 in the amount of $35,000 from the miscellaneous revenues and expenditures budget unit to the Assessor's budget unit to allow for the purchase of a new fleet vehicle as requested by the Assessor. Transfer 02-06 in the amount of $35,000 within the road fund budget unit to cover the cost of needed road materials as requested by the Director of Community Development. And the last one's transfer 02-07 in the amount of $51,000 within the miscellaneous revenue and expenditures budget unit and the agricultural budget unit to pay for the purchase of a new weights and measures vehicle as requested by the Agricultural Commissioner. Do we have any public comment on these budget transfers? Nobody online? Okay, no public. We'll close the public comment period. Could I have a motion?
Well, I'd like to pull 2 of them. Can we do that? I have
Certainly.
an issue with 2 of them. Let's see, number 24 and number 28.
Can I get a motion for?
Move to approve minus 24 and 28.
I have a motion.
Second.
And a second. Kylie, will you poll the vote?
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. Okay, Supervisor Borges?
Number 24, I'll start with, I have a problem with moving purchases. I don't know what they're for, and it says for desks and things like that. there's not a list of items that are needed to be purchased or that they want to purchase, and what's available in our, our storage. Do we not have a desk anywhere or some chairs that we can equip this office with? And there's no breakdown of what the money's for.
So when I met with Mr. Riggs on Friday, everything that is in that office, in that new location, was really provided by surplus. So all of their desks, their bookshelves, all of that was located by Alan for that. I think he came in at $6,600 for all that he had to expend for that when he was given a larger budget. He does have an itemized list here of things that he needs, a floor mat, Kleenex, that sort of thing, that is here, that totals that $6,000.
Those, sorry. Are those things he bought already?
We already allocated this money, correct?
These are funds that the board had previously approved through capital improvement funds. Administration, the Ag Department, and Building Maintenance came forward with a request to allocate funds from capital improvement funds for the relocation of the Ag Department, which included the rehabilitation of the building, office furnishings, et cetera. During those report outs, we had mentioned there are going to be several phases to this project, and this is kind of an ongoing thing. Currently, the building has been rehabbed. Justin has purchased several items for the office, but he was also able to work with Alan and acquire a lot of those items through surplus, which reduced the amount needed for the office furnishings, but there are still phases to this project that need to be completed. And I think in his report, he had actually mentioned several of the items that Weights and Measures needs in order to be compliant with their mandated services.
Yeah, on our tour, he actually pointed out quite a few pieces of furniture that were from surplus. So they did their best to be as frugal as they could.
So I guess my concern with it is it's just the 28,000 just for a generic dollar amount? Is that what I'm looking at?
The $28,000 was actually previously approved at another board meeting. There was a list provided that equaled the $28,000 at that time, but he was able to get quite a few of those items through surplus. So that amount needed for those items was reduced. But this money is actually being transferred to the Ag Department budget for the other items he's listed in this board report. So it's basically the next phase of this project. Phase 1 and Phase 2 have mostly been completed, so we can really call this Phase 3 as he tries to address some of the other issues that he has in small tools and other equipment needed for his department.
Okay. So I get a motion on item 24?
I'll motion to approve.
I guess I need public comment on item 24 as well. Any public comment? No? Okay, I'll close public comment. Can I get a second on that motion?
Second that motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Kylie, would you pull the vote, please?
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. Okay, Supervisor Borges, item 28.
Okay, number 28 is a purchase of a F-250 truck for the Ag Department, which I'm okay with. What I don't agree with is and I could be wrong, it's a two-wheel drive truck. And so for the Ag Department, I mean, they're going to be out in fields and things. If we're going to go to the expense to purchase a vehicle, why not get one that'll do what needs to be done? And I would suggest re-quoting out a four-wheel drive vehicle, unless this is, but it just doesn't say it in the report.
It's a decent question. I wonder, is Justin tuning in?
Yeah, he's on Zoom.
Yeah, I can definitely address that.
Thank you.
So this is very specific to our Weights and Measures program. We do have a four-wheel drive Ford Explorer that was very recently purchased, that we can access fields, we can access weed management sites, pest detection sites, industrial hemp, whatever we need to up in the hills and other hard to reach areas. This vehicle specifically needs to get to more business type of areas. I didn't see that we needed to expend the extra funds to get a four-wheel drive in this case, especially in light of the many other funds many other needs we have in terms of getting on top and meeting our mandates. So I saw some savings there on that and didn't see that we would need to access four-wheel drive areas with this vehicle.
So I guess my thought maybe was that the weights, even for weights and measures, you're accessing, you know, cattle scales out in the fields. But again, you deal with it every day. It was just a thought and suggestion. So if you don't feel we need it, then I guess I can be okay with that.
Oh, no, and I appreciate it. And, you know, interestingly enough, that concern was raised by administration and the auditor's office too in our discussions about this vehicle. So it's definitely been discussed. This vehicle cannot test cattle scales. That would be a whole nother can of worms that I don't think we're going to be able to afford to keep that, to obtain and maintain that capability internally here.
Very good. Thank you, Justin, for tuning in and giving us clarification. So Supervisor Borgers, are you satisfied?
Yeah,
Chair.
if he's satisfied, then I'm
Chair.
satisfied.
Yes, sir.
I was going to mention with item 24, since Justin is on the meeting, if he wants to clarify any of the actual needs of his department for that transfer. I know it's already been approved, but he may be able to clarify that better than I did.
Justin, do you have any additional comments for item 24?
Yeah, I did want to mention that one of the major pieces that we're looking at using that funding for is to meet the needs for electric submeter testing and water submeter testing. We are getting increasing calls for these services, and there are people waiting on us to get this capability. So that's where a lot of it'll come. Also, one other important note, we left the majority of our tools with animal services when we moved out. We, you know, given everything that they're contending with, we did not want to impact their operations any more than we had to by our departure. So we need to replace all of those items as well. And that's, you know, proving to be a significant expense.
Very good, Justin. Thank you very much for that. Okay. Do we have any public comment on item 28, the purchase of the vehicle?
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I'll close public comment. We have a motion to approve. We have a second.
I'll second.
And we have a second. Kylie, will you pull the vote, please?
Supervisor Borges?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. Okay, we're getting there. Item number 29, review and request public input on the proposed 2023 Delaware County Legislative Platform and direct staff to present a final version of the platform for adoption at the next board meeting as requested by the Assistant County Administrative Officer. Randy, you got anything for us on this one?
Yeah, I do, just briefly. So as I indicated in the request for board action today, you know, really what I want to do is get some public involvement in this process. I think, you know, I gave a pretty good overview of, you know, kind of the way that I view this as more or less your legislative coordinator. Last year, we really did an overhaul of the platform, you know, from previous years. And the purpose of that was to, again, effectively articulate the position of the board, which in my mind is an extension of this community. So in so many ways, you know, we hear about issues coming out of Sacramento, we hear about issues coming out of Washington, but it's really, you know, a lack of engagement that I think leads to a lot of those outcomes. We have actually very good representation as a group through RCRC, through CSAC, through NACO. And so really, you know, the idea is to better leverage those resources to be effectively engaged in whatever these processes are that we all have issues with. So the platform, as I said, was essentially kind of rewritten from the ground up. Last year, we focused on kind of a broad set of, you know, kind of values of the board. You know, I didn't feel the need to necessarily, you know, do the same level of revamping that we did last year this year, because I think we had a pretty good base to start with from last year. But we established those kind of basic community values that we want to have articulated. We have specific strategic issues identified in the policy areas, and then we have specific state and federal asks in kind of the conclusion to all this. So in my experience, again, as your kind of legislative coordinator, we do receive requests from Senator Wood, from Assemblymember McGuire, from our federal representations on what do you guys need? What are your issues? So in terms of strategic planning, I know that issue's come up recently, at least in the context of legislative solutions and funding fixes. This is one of those tools. So what we did last year happened later in the year than I would have liked. It happened earlier than it had the year previous, and my goal is to continue to move this process up earlier and earlier. Actually, it's, I believe, early next week, the bills have to be submitted to the state. So, I mean, in terms of any specific legislative solutions that we'd want to have introduced this year, again, we're going to miss that opportunity. But again, kind of slowly and strategically moving the process up. Hopefully, in future years, we can become effectively engaged on whatever those issues may be. The fisheries issue with the listing of the Chinook this morning is a perfect example of getting engaged in a strategic way effectively. And again, based on the request from Mr. Koopman to be engaged with some of our regional partners, this is the vehicle to do that. It is far more effective to do this through a strategic, coordinated process than it is to just selectively send letters to these commissions. So again, this hopefully reflects the values of the board, at least on a basic level. This is a draft. I did request input from all the department heads. I did get some. Of course, I'd love to get more. But this is, I think, at least a good starting point for the conversation. Hopefully we can go from here, make some additional additions and supplements to what we've presented. Hopefully get some public input, and then bring it back to the board at the next meeting. And again, we're moving the clock up. If we can get it in by the end of February, again, from where we've been previously, I think that'd be a really good move. I'm available for any questions, but that's kind of the broad perspective of the approach that I took.
Very good. Supervisor Starkey.
I just want to commend you. This is a lot of work. And I know last year was the first year that I really understood what it even meant. And so the fact that you're getting it to us sooner, it is very comprehensive. And I do appreciate it. I know that I had given you feedback with regard to last year on our legislative platform. We had, to really make sure that we maintain Pelican Bay and do everything we can to advocate against the closure. And I asked for that to be added this year. Do you still don't feel a need for that?
That's I think, an open question. We've had conversations with the state. I think that there's debate on both sides of the issue as to whether it's credible in terms of its probability. Whether we want to stoke fears unnecessarily was kind of where I ultimately landed, given the lack of certainty what the outcome ultimately would be. Obviously, this is a board decision, so if the board has information that they could we could bring to that thinking, happy to bring it back in. I mean, again, this is a draft document. Whatever issues the board, feels this doesn't capture, I sincerely welcome.
No, you did such a great job. The other question then, and you don't have to answer today, but it's a question that I have in the very last sentence on number 11, when you list the priorities, is that where they are consistent with the principles and priorities identified by the county. Have we done that? That seems vague.
Bits and pieces, I would say. I mean, I think it's kind of a function of the way that the county is organized, with departments kind of operating more or less in silos. I think to varying degrees, departments have done that, but in terms of a comprehensive, county strategy, yeah, it's something that we can improve on for sure.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
No other questions or comments? Thank you, Randy.
Let me just echo Supervisor Starkey's comments. Randy, you've done a bang-up job getting this piece moved front and center. Jay Serena used to handle a lot of this pieces for us. You've come right in and you've done an incredible job at getting our thoughts organized as a board on a piece of paper and moving it forward. So great job. Thank you for getting it to us.
And just, I'm sorry, one more thing, is that you do such a phenomenal job staying in communication with our lobbyists and our advocates. So again, I just commend you for all that you do.
Appreciate it.
Randy, I echo that. You are phenomenal.
And then I have another thing.
Yep, my only comment is kind of going where Valerie was going, at least as far as the issue of Pelican Bay, is definitely something that we need to keep our ear to the what is currently happening, because again, the concerns are there. We see the direction the state is going, and you know, the one thing we don't want is, because having done legislation and having gone down there and gone through that process, you know, multiple times every year, we'd lobby down there as sheriffs and then, you know, try to pass our legislation as best we can. But the reality is, if you're not down there saying something or doing something, they just don't think you care. And if you're not talking up, they're going to be ignored. So, you know, it definitely behooves us to at least keep our ear well attended to and be able to speak up when we need to.
Okay, is there any public comment on this item? Paul, you're going to come up here and tell us how good a job Randy's doing, huh?
It is favorable. For the purpose of the viewing public, as you guys know me, I'm Paul Dillard from the county. Phenomenal work. Yeah, I'm glad you acknowledged it. Just a clarification issue under government finance and operations, and over on item K, about 2 pages over. It's where we take people from the jail and put them at the prison. I was involved in doing that, but under Moretti's thing, that's how far I've been out of. What's stated here is exactly what's covered under Penal Code Section 4007. I'm sure what the sheriff and what you want is, what's not included is when they take one of our inmates from the jail, they charge us. We have to pay it. This does not speak to that. What we want changed, I'm sure, is we want that caveat dropped. So they take them and we not. Right now, we have psych services in me pending. They can't go to trial because they can't get cleared mentally to stand trial. So we're stuck. There's about 1,100 in the state backed up like that. You can get allies in 57 other counties to drop the charge. That's all. It was just a clarification. I just wanted to assist. And
that's the public involvement that we want to have. So
Yeah.
make sure that you write those comments down and get them to our assistant CAO.
yeah,
Those are great.
it's Penal Code 4007.
I'll write it down.
And it's clear, it's no hassle, but it costs us. And we want it to stop costing us. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. Any other public comment? Nobody? Okay. Is this an action item? Let's see. Review and request public input. So I guess we did that. So we are going to close public comment on 29 and move to item 30. Discuss and approve one of the following options for the county budget process as directed by consensus of the board at the January 29th meeting. Number 1 is status quo, continue with the budget process as is. 2 is designate by a majority vote 1 board member and 1 alternate board member as board representatives to be part of the county budget team to participate in the full budget process and request that they report out at each budget meeting in regard to all things related to county budget process. Or 3, add a step to the current county budget process by conducting general fund budget workshops in April and May prior to the recommended budget in June as presented by the county administrative officer county budget team. So obviously this is a dovetail off of our last meeting and the request that I made, even though we've got a couple of more options here. I thought after receiving comments from the board members here and the confusion that was had mostly because of me, I thought this would better kind of spell out what options might be desirable for the board in this regard. As I said before, I personally learned a lot with the budget workshops. I know that I'm pretty sure that Supervisor Starkey is still in favor of that. However, we throw in there after being made aware of a Humboldt County practice is assigning 2 board members to the budget team. Thought I would throw that in here for your consideration as well. Any comments on this?
So I'm just going to shoot my shot here, and I promise you that if I don't win today, I will let this go. But I'm shooting my shot, and so if you could just bear with me, because my position on this should really come as no surprise to anyone. I've advocated for budget hearings and workshops since I was first appointed to the board last year. Last year, with the help of Supervisor Maston, we were able to pull off kind of a very last-minute two-day workshop that was attended only by 2 to 4 members of the public, but viewed by over 130 people at some point. Each session had over 100 views. And frankly, even if no one showed up and no one viewed, I still would be advocating for this, because it's not so much demanding the public be involved, it's that option that should the public wish to become involved, they have that option to do that. In that workshop, we asked very basic questions, and they were all provided to the department heads prior to us getting together and meeting. It was basically, did you meet your county costs from last year? What areas showed significant overage or underage? How many staff was included in your salary estimation? Does that include the priority position? What capital improvements does your department need? The software, the equipment, the smaller projects or improvements that they could do. And then anything that they wanted us to know about their budget and their operations. And I found it to be very, very valuable. Since our last meeting, I've attended 3 CSAC-sponsored budget sessions, which educated staff. One was on non-financial professionals, one was on financial planning, and one was the history of the budgets and how we became so enmeshed with the state of California. And that's fascinating. But I'm not going to go into that. But of these sessions, the one that stands out the most to me was the financial planning. And what they said in that session is that all budgets, they tell a story of what our board priorities are. So anyone can pick up a budget, they can look at the budget, and they'll know what we feel is important. It defines our values, our vision, our missions, and our goals. The budget is really the strategic plan and the priorities that are part and parcel of each other. So, because without funding programs, you're not making them a priority. Oftentimes, our departments, like Randy just stated, is that we're kind of siloed from each other. So having a collective workshop allows for departments to be engaged with each other and collaborate in planning for the county as a whole. So my request here today is that we help write our story, that we develop the main characters so that when the budget comes to us in June, we have a solid foundation of what our vision and what our priorities are. We're the ones that sign off on this budget, so we should be involved on behalf of our each 5,000 constituents. 4 of us are in our first term. It is good governance to do our due diligence to build a foundation that we are educated and we're showing the public that we are getting educated of the processes. I reached out to 21 counties, all of who have 100,000 people or less. Of those 21 counties, 80% have open public budget workshops that range between 1 full day to 2 full days. Of the 5 counties, us included, who do not, at least one of them has a supervisor assigned to the financial committee or an ad hoc. I really want us to know the why the decisions are getting made to enhance or to cut individual departments' budget, along with the what, which are just the numbers. But for me, in the end of this, the why is far more important than the what. So I'm asking, once again, to have budget workshops in the spring and for a supervisor to be appointed to the budget team so we can be involved in developing our story and that we can play a role in having the board's priorities throughout the budget. I shot my shot.
Any other comments from the board? Supervisor Borges.
So I kind of look at it at a different way, I guess, and maybe I'm wrong. I kind of look at it as a business because That's where I come from, is owning my own company. And so when I look at it, I think, you know, I own a septic installation and excavation business, and, you know, as the owner, you know, I go out and I find qualified staff to install a septic for me. And you vet those people, they have the skill set you need, you point to them what you want done, they go out, they install it. After their portion is done, the owner comes in, inspects, makes sure it's exactly the way it wants to be. The county inspector comes in, does his thing, make sure it meets all the criterias, and then we leave it open for the customer to come, inspect it, and make sure. And then after everybody's happy and everything's approved, we cover it back up. Now, when I look at our current status quo, that's basically what happens, if I'm mistaken. So I lean more towards option one. And from a business side, I mean, we have trusted these people to do their jobs. We let them do their jobs, and then we come in, inspect it, and then we, you know, finalize the project. Option two, to me, kind of seems like having a foreman on the ground. You still have your hired crew out there. You're a foreman on the ground. He's watching over. He's kind of in the way most of the time, but he's watching over. And then option three, to me, seems like I went out, hired these guys to do the job, and he's going to run my excavator, but, you know, I'm going to sit in the seat, he's going to sit on my lap, and we're going to run the controls together. And to me, that doesn't seem very productive, and seems like morale's going to drop, and a lot of extra work for no reason. So I know it's kind of a silly way of looking at it, but from a business standpoint, that's where my mind kind of goes. That's why I lean towards sticking with option one. I mean, it's worked for 100 years. It works in my business. It works in every other business. And so that's kind of where my mind goes. And if I'm not mistaken, the public does have input. There is avenues to request all the things that we feel are lacking. So that's kind of where I stand on it.
My only comment back to that is that if your business fails, you're the only one that suffers. If this fails, our community suffers.
Which is why we are to oversee after the work's done, correct? Because, I mean, we have every opportunity to be involved and to ask the questions and to look and to inspect before it's finalized.
Any other comments?
I can reiterate with what, of the options that we have, I think status quo at this point in time is definitely where I'm leaning, as opposed to making any of these changes. However, I will reiterate my sincere need that what we do need to do as a board is strategic planning, long-term strategic planning, because that's one of the components that is significantly missing. Thank you.
Thank you. I guess I would say that in your analogy, I would say that the way it is now is that you've put your septic system in and covered it up, and then let the customer come by and say, it's done and it's all good. The customer did have the option to come and watch, but with at least option number 2, at least you had, in this case, a recognized member of the board that would sit in on the process and come and report to the board. I'm actually kind of surprised that you, this group wouldn't at least want that as an addition to our information gathering as far as the budget process goes.
And with option 2, what does that entail? Like, Neil, what would that look like?
There's budget hearings that happen with the budget team. Basically, we're officially assigning a board member and an alternate to the team. And they would come back and report to the board what they experienced during those
Yeah,
meetings.
it would basically just be the board making a kind of a formal action to delegate somebody from the board, as well as an alternate is the recommendation to sit in as a budget member of the budget team and go through the full process. So basically, they'd have access to all the information that we get from the department request, through any kind of position change requests, other things that impact the budget. They'd sit in meetings if they'd like to with the department heads. They can report out at each of the board meetings on the meetings they did sit on in during that time between one board meeting to the next. And so they're openly reporting out to the public of what process had taken place between those meetings. So it'd basically just be adding somebody additional to the budget team, which would be a board member.
Chair, just for clarification, like, if you guys do go with number 2, it's not like somebody used the word budget hearings, but it's just budget meetings that the...
Did I say hearings?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I just want to clarify that for the public, because I didn't want them to think that it's something...
Thank you for that clarification. I
Yeah.
used the wrong word. It's our internal budget meetings, not budget hearings. Thank you, Kylie, for that. So yeah, in option number 2, that's all that would be is just placing a board member into those budget meetings.
And I actually did include the current budget process, which is in Title 10 of the Administrative Manual as an attachment to this report. I can briefly go through the current budget process if you want me to. I'm not sure how brief it would be because it is kind of a lengthy process, but if you'd like me to do that, I can.
I'd love for you to explain that. Thank you.
Okay. So basically, this would be a board member
Take as
included in
much
this
time as you'd like.
process. The annual budget process is kicked off effectively by a memo that's sent out from administration and the county auditor controller's office. We send these out to each of the department heads as well as their fiscal staff that have been identified by them that will be participating in that budget. The memo contains directions for submitting their department requested budgets in addition to anything that has an impact on the budget. And typically that includes staffing changes, whether it's elimination or addition, reclassification of positions, any overtime that would be included in their budget, part-time temporary, anybody who is expected to retire that may have a payout of accrued leave. So those types of things are included in their budget memo and their budget requests when it comes forward to the budget team. The budget team then takes those budget requests and thoroughly goes through each of the budgets line by line, basically revenue and expenditures. We identify things that look kind of off from the past year or the past several years when you're looking at averages for costs and revenues. We highlight all of those items. We compile a complete list of questions. We then go to Kylie, who sets up meetings with each of these individual departments. We go over their individual budgets, asking the questions that we have from our review, give them a chance to answer those questions, give them a chance to provide justification for positions they're requesting or eliminations of positions they're requesting, reorganizations of their department. And so we have those conversations through a 2-month process, basically, through these department meetings. Some of them are 2 hours, some of them are 3 hours, some of them are a half an hour because we have such small departments as well. So it just varies on the size of the department and the number of issues we have from the budget team to address. From that process, we bring the recommended budget forward to the board in June, which actually gives us spending authority as of July 1, so we can continue our business and keep our doors open when the next fiscal year starts. That budget is typically not balanced because we don't know the fund balance from the prior year yet. The prior year is closed out through the July and August month when we're still receiving accruals for revenues and expenditures. And so once we have those fund balances, we can actually close that prior fiscal year out, roll the fund balances over to the next fiscal year, which helps us in most cases balance our general fund budget. There have been years when even the fund balance didn't balance the general fund budget, and we've had to make additional cuts. And so once we have those figures, we're able to, that July through September, when the adopted budget is brought forward to the board for final approval, those are the months we spend trying to fine-tune the budget and balance that budget so the budget that comes forward to the board in September, at the end of September, is balanced. That's the process.
So, but during that process, if a department comes in and they say, we want 10 new positions, do you negotiate right then and there whether or not you can give them 10 new positions?
It depends. If general fund positions usually are carried forward to the final budget, the recommended budget most often will include positions that are funded by state and federal funds, and so they can show where the funding comes from. If a department head, any department head who requests a new position or any kind of staffing changes is also requested to provide justification to the budget team and to the board, so we submit that with the actual recommended budget that shows why the request was made and how they plan on funding it. If they don't have that, a way to fund it, what we'll typically do is wait for that fund balance in the general fund, because you have to have a balanced budget. If there is funding available for that position and the need is there and the board sees the need there from a service department perspective, whether it's building maintenance, whether it's information technology, then we move that position forward typically through the final budget or the adopted budget once we know the fund balance.
And then in the past, wasn't there a board member kind of assigned to the budget process?
At one time, it's been a long time, I think it was when I was in the Auditor Controller's office, we did have a a board member sit on as part of the budget team. I think they attended 2 meetings out of the, I don't know how many we had, but yes, there was somebody assigned to that.
And the problem I have with that, and she's correct, that did occur with a previous board member, there was a lot of promises made at those discussions that we as a board collectively can't make those promises, but that individual was, and to me, that was completely out of school in this situation.
And then
Not to say that would occur if that was adopted in this one, but we'd have to have strict parameters that could not occur, that negotiation. We act as one.
Well, absolutely, but the fact that the supervisor is there can at least report that back to the board, that CDD is asking for 10 new positions and that sort of thing. Not necessarily make those promises, of course, but at least know what the needs were. The assessor's office would like a more streamlined system, that sort of thing.
if a department head makes those requests to the bargaining team or the budget team, and you deny them, you tell them, nope, we don't have the funding or whatever, is there not a process for them to still come to the board and ask for those things and then make it a board priority?
Yes.
What is that
Is
process?
that a standard process?
It's just requesting to be on the agenda and come to the board. If the budget team and the department cannot reach a final decision as far as agreeing on a position or some other changes in the budget, they have the opportunity to come forward to the board. We typically work as hard as we can. These people are experts in their fields. They're subject matter experts for their departments. Their requests are usually pretty legitimate. When they come forward with a request for a position, they usually have the backup for the need for that position, and the budget team will do whatever we can to actually make sure that they get those tools to be successful in their operations. There are very few times when we actually deny a request.
Well, I'm not going to get the vote, but I'm going to try.
But we are going to get public comment, though.
Okay.
Is there any public comment on this item?
I had great hopes for you people, I still do, this board. Council's brought in a conflict of interest document on here. CIO's brought in, update the administrative building. Good things are happening here. And I think we're at a great opportunity to prove to the public that we are transparent, okay? To get to the heart, I kind of like 3. I can do a blend of 2 and 3. To get to you're new on here, Mr. Borges. You can't equate this to a personal owned business. If you do, there's something wrong here. You don't own a damn thing in this county. Nothing. You've been elected to protect the people that own it, the residents and the taxpayers. How do you do that if you don't do the due diligence to look at the budget? They want you to be able to say, we spent the money right. They don't believe that now, and they don't come to the meetings because of that. You don't have to tell Mr. Lopez and find all these people on it. You just need to be there and ask questions. So when I come out of the woodwork and say, I don't understand that, you can say, well, I attended the meeting, it's this and this. If it's a public meeting, my responsibility to attend the meeting. But this needs to be done for the public. It's a lot of work. If you're not going to sit on these committees, what's wrong with this picture, folks? It's not important. I'm your best friend, believe it or not. I come up here a lot, but I'm your best. I want everybody to say, we got the best board we ever had. Because they're involved. They're given the extra. This budgets are a pain. I've sat in them. You've sat in them at the Bay. You were your own budget master. You got a personal bit. They're a pain. I beg you to do this and not. That's what the Brown Act is. Don't do things. Everybody believes you're doing things behind closed doors. Prove to them that you don't have to. And I'll tell you what, within 3 or 4 years, they won't even look because they know you're doing the right thing. Try it. It works. You'll like the candy.
Thank you, Paul. Is there any other public comment on this item? Anybody on? Nobody online? Okay, I'll close public comment.
Yeah, if I can, Mr. Chairman.
Go right
I'll make
ahead,
it brief.
Mr. Howard.
There's nothing that is not transparent about this entire process from start to finish. And I want to go back to what you suggested at the last board meeting, which is what I was agreeing to through these processes, which is some way for the department heads in the month of March or April, whatever it may be, to have a conversation with this board about their priorities. So we're looking into the future, so we could have a heads up on really what they're going to be talking to our staff about, who we have elected, in this case, adopted some trust in to do this job for us. And then once that's taken care of, we have 3 months to kick this sucker around, starting in June, with that draft budget.
So you're suggesting that we have a workshop where the department heads come and tell us their list of
Well, I'm
priorities?
suggesting we do it right here at this meeting. No workshop, right here for the entire public to view. Every Tuesday, we start bringing in, and my comment was at the last meeting, general fund departments, if you recall.
We're all in agreement about that.
Okay, and then they could have these conversations with the board about those priorities that they have for this coming fiscal year. That is a transparent process and really gets on our screen something to do. But the process, I think, as discussed by Supervisor Wilson and Supervisor Borges, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
I can appreciate your,
And that's what I
you're
thought we
wanting
were
to,
doing.
I agree that we got so much opposition that we did our best to find a happy medium. I would very much be in favor of having those presentations from the general fund department. I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that. I feel that it brings, I know that the transparency word gets brought up a lot, but you know, I'm kind of the opinion that if it's not easily transparent, then it's kind of maybe a little bit troublesome for the public to participate in that transparency.
If you're really
So
interested in it, right?
If we are, yeah, I know.
If you're really interested in this, this is available to the public to dive into. And if they have a concern, you are elected as their representative to help answer those questions. It's a pretty simple process, and there's months and months to do it.
So what I'm hearing...
That's been my frustration.
Yeah,
Sorry.
and I appreciate that. What I'm hearing you say is that you would be comfortable with having general fund department heads between the months of April or March and April come forward, present to us a list of their priorities, perhaps their staffing issues, where they're at, various projects that they're putting on their radar for the future and what they want to get done.
Putting on our radar.
Yeah, that's true. Putting on our radar. So you're comfortable with that. And then at that meeting, or at that presentation, we could interact with them and help them, you know, guide some of their priorities.
At least try to understand what they're going to be asking for with our budget team.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Since it's not going to impact anyone else, would this board be comfortable with allowing a foreman designating? They get in the way, I understand they get in the way, but with the clear understanding that the foreman is not to make promises that they cannot keep, or they cannot be making, to at least allow that representation and see how it goes for the first year. And if it fails, then, you know, at least we tried, and we failed by daring greatly. That's a quote. So with that, I'm going to make the motion that we designate a majority vote, one board member, one alternate board member, as board representatives to be a part of the county budget team, to participate in the full budget process, and request that they report out at each board meeting with regard to all things related to the county budget process. And I'd be happy to be that appointee.
So you, that
So
actually...
Supervisor Starkey, could you clarify, you're just voting for option 2 then, right, not option 3?
As long as we're compromising to get the department heads in here to kind of give us a list of their priorities.
Would that be,
That-
council,
that's-
could you clarify if, would that have to be
I was gonna
included
say,
in
I
the
was kinda
motion since
surprised
it's
at that,
technically
'cause
not
I thought we were
agendized?
gonna have- I thought we were talking about having the department heads come to the Board of Supervisors and present their budget priorities and plans. Not-
In
and
addition
not-
to adding an ad hoc.
In addition, so you're saying in addition to?
So the motion is department heads, general fund department heads come in March, April, May sometime, present their goals, objectives, goings-on, budget issues, and one supervisor is appointed to the budget team.
Yes, that's
Okay.
what I've said.
We have a second or a substitute motion? Then I will make a substitute motion that the general fund department heads present their budget priorities to the Board of Supervisors in the time frame mentioned before. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
We have two motions. The substitute motion gets voted on first. Let's see, we already had, huh? Oh, yours didn't get second. That's right. Sorry. So, we've already had public comment on this. So Kylie, would you pull the vote?
Supervisor Wilson?
Yes.
Supervisor Borges?
No.
Supervisor Howard?
Yes.
Supervisor Starkey?
Yes.
Chair Short?
Yes. Kylie, I believe I checked off everything. What do you think?
Yes.
Did we get everything? Thank you. It's after the 2 o'clock hour. We are going to have general fund department heads doing presentations.
Department heads will give presentations.
General fund department heads.
So thank you all for this marathon meeting. Appreciate the robust discussion, and as we've said in prior times, we don't always disagree, but we always respect each other, and that's what I enjoy about this board. You guys have a great afternoon. We stand adjourned until our next regular meeting on February 28th. Chris, I thank you for that one.